Let me see. Squad.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Wide Awake Show live. We're back. Despite what they try, despite everything that they try, they are not going to fucking stop us. Are they, Rox?
No, they're not. No, we're going to go live regardless. We're going to display to you a man this evening that I've got an absolute massive amount of love and respect for, his family, Trinity 4. Thank you so much for joining us today. I cannot thank you enough.
Yep.
No, thank you so much for having me, guys. It's a real pleasure to be back online. I've been away for a while, but we will talk about that later. It's awesome to be back with you guys. It's been a few years, Roxanne and 007, since we were, doing our thing in Europe, and before that in the first Flat Earth tour in England. So it's nice to be back in the seat, and it's nice to be with you all tonight. Today.
It's been like 3 or 4 years, man, isn't it? It was 3 or 4 years ago when it all kind of began, and so much has happened since, though, for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, just so people know, I saw a Facebook memory from 7 years ago where I was pointing out the lines in the sky over London. And just a few days ago, I made a video from where I am because they were absolutely feathering the sky with cobwebs. So I've been aware that things were there was something wrong, but as the years roll by, the wrongness got to be like, wow, so much of what we think is real is just being manufactured for us in some kind of Truman Show type thing. And when people like Roxanne and Harry and Jason were starting to say, let's get together in Hyde Park in 2018, I jumped at the opportunity to get involved in that. And wow, it's been an incredible ride since then.
It really has. Dave, for our viewers that are watching and they're going, oi, who's this tasty guy they're talking to? I've not seen him before. Could you just kind of touched on back in 2018, could you give our viewers a little bit of background of who Dave is? A nice synopsis. I know it's probably a long story, but who was Dave before he woke up? And how can you give us a little bit of a timeline?
Sorry, Roxanne, I can do it quite quickly for you guys. I was born in England, 6 months old. My parents moved me to South Africa. I had quite a lot of church Bible study type stuff in my early days. I used to tease the Bible people about the earth being motionless, and it didn't make sense with modern science, and so the book was out of touch. God didn't even know that we lived on a globe. I used to tease when I was young. And then I did national service in South Africa. We had to do 2 years of national service when I was 17. I went in, did 2 years. In my last 3 months of that, in my role as a crew commander, I went into active battle in the biggest tank battles in Africa since World War II in a country called Angola. Part of a Russia. It sounds like it's something that's going on in the news today in terms of military activity, because it was the same old players. There were Russians who were on one side, the Cubans, and then on our side, as I said, call it, the South Africans were sort of supporting the capitalist agenda of the rebel, the Jonas Savimbi, in the south of the country. And we had on the ground, when we were in theater, we did see the CIA operatives on the ground. I've spoken to pilots who said we couldn't land on the ground if there were a CIA plane on the ground at the same time. So that's what I saw when I was a youngster. I just got off after the army. I went and traveled for a year in America and here in England, and then kind of got back into a job, or into the fitness industry as a youngster, and that didn't work out. I ended up as a doorman for a while, and that's where I met Andrea in Cape Town. And we decided to come to England. And like in England, I just kind of fell into paying the bills, had children, in 99. My daughter came along, and my older son in 2001. And I was just watching the Formula One and just thinking there wasn't much to life. I'd become quite a little bit bitter about the world not coming right. And then, some buildings fell down in New York. And I was like, wow, the world's never going to be the same again. But I still wasn't really aware that there was anything, wrong. My mother was an anti-phone mast, 3G, I think it was at the time, campaigner. So, it wasn't like I was unaware that there was things wrong with our world. But I'm like most people, I put it down to just greed and, bumbling governments and all of this kind of stuff. I ended up working for the government in the UK. And then my mother fell ill in 2010 and died, 2011 actually, with motor neurone disease. And I went to try and help her back in South Africa for a while, and Andrea too. And in that time, we realized the medical fraternity was absolutely appalling. The insurance industry that she paid into with her medical aids and all that all her life. She was a nurse, actually. They didn't stand for her at all. So I flew to South Africa on a moment's notice. One morning, I was calling up this depot in Johannesburg saying, "Where's this equipment my mother needs? She's really struggling to breathe." And they're like, "Well, it's not going to be there until Friday or something." I'm like, "Honey, the kids have just gone off to school. Will you tell them when they come home that Daddy's had to fly to South Africa?" So I flew to South Africa that very afternoon and put in place. Weird shit happened, man. I got stuck. I got stuck in Cairo for 30 hours, and I swear to God, I met Jim Humble. I swear to God, I met the guy who invented MMS. I didn't know any about this, but because of the 30 hours in Cairo airport, I ended up helping an awful lot of people. And so we became friends. He gave me this download, this memory stick, and said, "I can cure your mother." And I was like, "You can't. My mother's she was only 5 weeks from death at that point." And she did pass. I was actually sitting on the plane trying to get back. This is now 5 weeks later. I'd come back to London, gone back to Andrea phones me and says, "You've got to get on a plane again tonight because she's dying." The plane touches down in Johannesburg. I still have to get another flight on to Durban. And as people are getting their luggage, Andrea's saying, "Please say goodbye to your mother. She's passing away now." And I say the final words to my mother. And in those moments, and then Andrea comes back on the phone and said, "She's gone now." And I had to get off the plane, go through customs, the immigration and all that shit. My mother's just died. You know what I mean? Like in that moment. So it was, for me, my mother was important to me. And for me, it was like going back to war again. Caring for my mother, being there for my mother was like going back to war again when I was a 19-year-old boy. And, when I was a 19-year-old boy and when I went to war, I was really good at it. In fact, what happens after my mother's death, I look back at my army stuff, and it turns out that people never wrote the story about what we were involved in. I was involved in the biggest single battle victory for the South African Defence Force. Not that I'm blowing the trumpet, it's just a matter of fact. I happened to be on the front line along with 36 other fighters in my squadron, and all day we fought and destroyed a brigade. It's a matter of historical fact. I found, one small chapter, one small paragraph of this in the history book on that period. And I was like, they've never written about this story. And then it cut a long story short. Within about a year, I'd written a story. I got an English publisher, military publisher, to take my book, and he publishes the story. And for me, guys, when I was writing the story, it took me 6 months in 3 2-month iterations, and I purged a lot of the hurt. Andrea will tell you that there would be days that I would spend just crying about what I was having to relive. It was very real stuff. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I met up with my gunner for the first time, the guy who was next to me in the turret, because we had this armored vehicle that had a big cannon on the front, a 90mm gun. We went up against these Russian tanks. And so I met up with him recently, which was special after 34 years. The point is that I got to write my story, purge some of that. And in 2014, I was fated, amongst the veteran community for having done this. And in fact, this was when I started writing the book, people said, "Did you ever apply for your medals?" I was like, no, I never had any interest in any of that stuff. I shut the door on that the day I got out of Angola, out of the army, when my 2 years was up. I never looked back. But I applied for my medals, and it turned out that I'd been awarded like a military merit medal for bravery in combat, and it was a unique honor, and one that I should share with my entire crew. There's a driver, a gunner, and myself, the crew commander, and we're in a troop of 3 other vehicles, part of a squadron of 12. With some command vehicles behind, some infantry armored vehicles behind us, long-range artillery behind that, and short-range mortars in between that, Russian planes flying overhead all day bombing us. This was one of a number of contacts that I was involved in, and it was real shit. People died with me. People died as a consequence of the actions that my crew and my squadron took. There's no getting around that. That's what I did. We had no choice. We were brainwashed into believing that we had a communist threat on our door. And yet today, all of the guys, pretty much all of the guys that I served with, now bow down to a government which is a communist government that they would never have voted for and have never voted for. And yet they are taking orders and putting bandages on their faces, because the same government that we went to war against ended up becoming the ANC, and or part of it. It's convoluted. But Nelson Mandela claims that the siege that comes after this period in which I'm involved was the end of apartheid. So it's actually historically not an unimportant phase. But my aside from that particular experience, my journey going back was like a healing process. And then, unfortunately, I started finding out things that, like 9/11 wasn't what I'd believed. And then in early 2015, I look at the flat Earth, but I initially discard it. And then on a book tour in May of 2015, I have a near-death experience through the aegis of ayahuasca, or DMT in this case. And I didn't know anything about it in 2015. I wasn't doing it for kicks. This friend put me through a ceremony, and it changed my life forever, because I had become atheistic. I was like, even in the second iteration or the second edition of my book, I'd really started kind of questioning the existence of God. I know in the religious, in the military circles in South Africa, particularly, there's a strong religious element. So I was really testing some of them, because I was starting to question the validity of God and so on. Christopher Hitchens had become a hero of mine. I was like, enough of this bullshit. We've gone to war. The fucking the wall was meant to have come down in 91, the Berlin Wall, and the Cold War was meant to have ended, and here we are, at this point, and we've got this Islamic thing going on, and we can't get it right with the Muslims, and blah blah, and like, what God would engineer or author such confusion, So I'd kind of given up on God, I suppose. And then I do this DMT. It takes 6 minutes, guys. And in that time, I'm immersed. I'm beyond, how we say in the light spectrum, we see the tiny amount in the rainbow and so on, the X-rays and all the other shit that's out going on. We cannot see. Well, for me, for a brief moment in time, my eyes were ripped open like this, and I'm looking around me. I'm totally awake, lying on this chaise lounge in an outdoor, very fancy outdoor area with a swimming pool and what have you, and everything has been turned to light. Nothing I can see around me in the space. The walls are just pulsing light. I'm trying to I know they're brick, and my brain is telling me they're brick, but I'm like, well, let me show me them as brick, and I cannot. For the duration of this experience, I cannot. It's all light. The plants are pulsing with light. The water is just energy, and everything is connected. And I get this, some would call it a download, but for me it was merely like, well, now you've had a quick peek behind the curtain. You've been able to have a quick scan around and see a lot of stuff or pick up a lot of information that you never had before. And that was a transition point for me. And within weeks of having that moment, I mean, it was a life-changing moment. Roxanne, you might remember this. I think it was in Crystal Palace years ago. We had the megaphone, and the police came later that time. But and I was shouting about having left pornography, and that it was true, because I'd, a lot of my fears, a lot of my needs, a lot of my anxieties or whatever had been washed away in my near-death experience. The first 30 seconds of the DMT experience were absolutely frightening. I didn't want to ever do it again, but it went on to be the most loving, complete thing that gave me an absolute insight from a guy who on the way to South Africa had flown there with a fear of flying, because as I'd gotten older, I'd become a little bit more fearful of flying, right? So I had that fear of flying, and all of that was washed away. I had no more fear. But why? Because I had connected or seen this higher entity, like resting or lying in state beneath me, blue in color, which is what some people say. I have researched some of this since my experience. I knew nothing at the time, but this blue in color being that was so immaculate, so invincible, so infinite, that nothing here on earth, this is what I'm sensing of this being, which is my higher self. And I think this applies to us all, that this higher being was an eternal being, and that there was nothing here on this earth that man could invent. I still believed in nuclear bombs. There was nothing here on this earth that could destroy this being. And that is my higher self. And this great gift that I got, gave me a confidence to go, wow, everything that I've ever been taught has been a lie. And the first words, as I was able to get up after the 5 or 6 minutes, and I was able to sort of, because it was my body was shaking. I was a bit of a wreck for a few hours, I'll be honest. But my first words were, "It's true. There is a God." Those were my first words. I was 47 years old. And at that point in my life, there was my transition to, wow, we are something so much higher. We are not these material 666 meat suits and avatars. We are something much higher. This is just a package that is delivering a certain message, delivering a certain experience to the creator, to creation. That's what I got in 2015. So I very quickly came back, and firstly I repainted the inside of the house, because I wanted it all to be like the sort of Egyptian theme that had come with me from this experience. And I wanted the colors, because I saw how the colors of the walls were so important. The richness that was coming off the walls, or the lack of richness, was so important to mood, and it's all vibration. And so if you've got good vibration in your space, then that's going to help your natural well-being. And we can take music, for example. Squeaky, scratchy music is going to be hard on your vibration. You'll get irritated pretty quickly. And the same is true with bright lights and a whole bunch of other stuff. So that brings me to like 2015, and really going, shit, I'm going to look at this flat Earth thing now. I really am. And by the end of that year, there was no doubt in my mind. I think it took me until the end of that year to say I would actually put one of my own balls on the block to say, we do not live on a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, and then by 2016, by the end of 2016, I'd alienated all of the veterans that had once celebrated me and had started inviting me to like high-end events to speak and stuff like that. And it's when I don't know if he's listening, but Mr. Chezik did a hit piece on me years ago, saying that I was hobnobbing with the royals, I was inside with them, and so on. And because during the period of me with getting these medals and carrying this book around and what have you, I'd come across Prince Harry. I'd done a few marches, one past the Queen. I'd led a little squadron of veterans past Buckingham Palace. So not that I was like, that's what I really want to do. It was just like there was so much so much interest in my book, and it brought invitations to do things. Those dried up, and at the end of 2016, my family, my father, of course my mother was passed, but my father, having remarried, and my sisters came together in Bath in England for a Christmas, and I laid the flat earth on them really hard, and our relations have never since recovered 6 years ago. So that brings me to the point where I say to Andrea, listen, we have to clean the heck of ourselves up, because we have been body, mind, and soul. We have been toxified, and so part of that cleansing was me. I mean, I didn't want to work in the system anymore, and I started gardening in my local area. Collecting old pallets, turning them into furniture, which I managed to sell some nice pieces, and I was really chuffed with that, because for me it was part of the kind of the example that Jesus set, which is to become the carpenter, the good shepherd, take care of your family, take care of your land, and take care of yourself, which means skill yourself and be capable to take care of yourself rather than needing systems and so on. And of course we were like, okay, we will be taking no more benefits from the system, and this is where I said to Andrea, and she said, because like if I go off the pill, what could happen, so I'm like, honey, this is all it's kind of divine what's going on right now. I'm not gonna, I just say we have to get the chemicals out of us. If at this stage, I think I'm coming up for 49, I'm to have a child. And inside of me, I felt like I was meant to have another child. I said at the time, if we have another child, this will be our flat Earth baby, and we will raise this baby differently. We will.
I remember you saying that. You even said that when Alex was younger, and you said, look, he's being raised differently. And I remember seeing how actually more engaged Alex was than other children his age. He's really aware of things, and the amount of hands-on attention you and Andrea have given him is absolutely astounding to see the clear difference between a child that's been straight popped into the indoctrination and then a child that's actually just been allowed to cut his own path within reason. I love how you've allowed him to be his own little person.
Thank you. Well, he has now spent half of his life on the road, living out of a suitcase. So the first 2.5 years, I'll be honest, for the first 2.5 years, I had the perfect, not the perfect, but like an awesome setup for him. And I won't go into the all of the awesome setup that I think that I had, but for me it was like, wow, I've got such a great pool, a balance, because I think we are like a little pond, and the more I disturb your pond early on, the more choppy your ride is going to be. And not that you can't settle that pond, but this is what our world is designed for, is to create choppy. And so the first 2.5 years were almost immaculate. And then the next 2.5 years have been like quite different, because there's been 60, 70 different beds, in the last 2.5 years, maybe 100. I really have never stopped to count, but we've moved around so much. And it's been awesome in a way, because we've gotten to travel so much and meet people and do things outside of, had I been in that home during all the difficulties of the last few years, I won't say all the trigger words, but maybe it would be different. He would absolutely be different. And I can talk a little bit more about that, but because we are all of us the product of our experience. And the good thing, I think the good thing is that we have all been traumatized in a way by our system, or our existence, which is dissonant with nature. It is so far away from what natural order intended, then there's no reason to think that there's any one of us that has escaped wounding. What in that way, and traumatized. And because we're electric beings, is my belief anyway, that we're electromagnetic beings, we can store, like the Chinese will say, we store the energy in little pockets in us, and those little pockets can cause us problems. And sometimes we might call them a disease that we recognize by the doctors and so on. But those can continue to they in fact, that's why they injure us as much as they can before we're 7, is to try and create that break in you. But the good news is, and this is why I was trying to say that, is that because it's all of us, I think because all of us have the potential to heal ourselves once we know that what it is we're looking to address. In the medical profession, they're allopathic, so they'll just put the cream on the itchy skin rather than address what it is you're putting in your mouth, or what else is coming into your environment that might be within you that's causing that itchiness within. So just back to my timeline. I kind of put flat Earth a bit to bed for me, because it hurt me a lot. My whole social media, I think I went off Facebook around that time. My whole social media, my social network had kind of heard flat Earth, and most of them had thought I'd become my best friends from school wrote a letter to Andrea saying, we think you need to have him committed because he's losing his mind, and it's a PTSD thing, when in fact I've never been more clear. And I was on distilled water by the beginning of 2017, and my clarity just continued to improve. Alexander was on his way. It turns out that Andrea falls pregnant in 2016, and I'm stoked. And actually inside I'm thinking it's probably a boy, but I didn't say that until he turned up. And for me it was like, this is my part of my challenge, and part of my because we don't know how long this thing is going on for, but I'd love to think that we can inculcate into our youngsters a different way of seeing themselves and this world, so that it's not such a difficulty for them to straddle, into maybe a different way of life, one that's more in line with nature. So that's what happens. I get all busy with being dad to my little boy who comes along in April 2017, and then, as I said earlier, 2018, you guys start making a noise about getting together in London, and I turn up at the first London hangout in Hyde Park and discover, it's like that guy who goes along to a singing audition, and all of a sudden he realizes, and everyone around him realizes, that fuck, you can sing, and that. So for me, that was with the experience of going to. I remember Jason always saying to me, Jason of the Disbury once saying to me, said, I just sat there watching you thinking, fuck, I hope I'm not misquoting him. But he was like, shit. And then, of course, Harry was impressed enough with, and Harry, of course, was the OG when it comes to the English street activism, or Scottish and British street activism. So, I'd seen his work and been, amazed by it. And I think Josh had already got going in America. So I knew there were guys doing this sort of stuff. And I thought, I could probably do that. But to have a guy like Harry go, damn, you're pretty good at this. Like, maybe I'll spend a week with you and do some filming, and we can do something, to be honest, there is an element of me that struggles a bit with confidence. So you go to the first rehearsal, you sing the fucking lungs out, and it's brilliant. And then you think about it all next week, and then you turn up and you're as nervous as shit. So you gotta, you croak. But that got better and better for me in 2018, and we had that tour. Wow, I only got to go to about 5 days of it, but they were monumental. Few of them really went well, and one that we did in Oxford was, in my world, went viral because people loved it. Where I just went. I turned up late. It was a Friday, and I'd not judged the traffic. I turned up late to Oxford to meet up with Jason, and Harry and Robin from Lift in the Lid was there too. And these three guys had a camera. They were just about to pack up when I got there. And I was bummed about that. It would have been a 3 or 4 hour drive to Oxford. And then, so I just go and stand in front of that big 200 proofs by Eric DeBay's thing that Jason had made, and start fending some questions. And with very quickly, two guys pin themselves on me, and they start badgering me. And then I just erupt. And I just start doing my piece none of it planned. I just start doing my piece to this 50 or 60 people, maybe not as many as that, but the further people would have certainly been able to hear that. And then because these three guys had cameras there, and I think it was Jason. No, maybe it was maybe I can't remember. One of the guys, because these two guys that had been heckling me were like, "Hey man, can't he stop talking now? Can he just talk quiet or something?" And so I think it might have been Rob. He's like, no, he's doing his thing now. You just step back. And fuck, did I give it to them? It was a beautiful thing. I know I felt afterwards like, oh yeah, I could have done a little bit better here, a little bit, but that was the high watermark for me. And it was, it kind of, for me anyway, gave me a real sense of what I might be able to do if I was, more practiced at it, because I've never done the public speaking in this way. It's not like it's a thing that I did. I did a little bit of amateur dramatics. I tried a bit of that along the way. I enjoy singing, but I've never really been any good at it, or never made it, like got a lead role or anything like that. I found that I had something that I needed to stand up for. I was probably 50, I guess, and finally, 50, and finally, I'm like, fuck, I've got a reason to live. I've got a reason to stand for something. I'd given it all up to the scientists who were going to find life on Mars. The atheists who, there's no point to this life and it's Darwinist evolution out of Africa, previously monkeys, all of that, and here I am. I feel like Superman going, no, there's something you have to do. And this has been the journey that I've been on for at least 6 years now, I suppose. Certainly since the 2015 Yeah, I guess since then. And
so, Dave, that kind of brings us up to just kind of prior to the European tour that was then done, and then to the lockdown. What I'd like to do, if we can, for the viewers that are watching and for anyone that's going to watch this on a replay, is if it's okay with you and Rich, can we break for a couple of minutes just to let everyone go and refresh themselves and use the ladies or gentlemen? Because I really want everyone to sit down and go on.
Before we do that, I want you to know, guys, that at the end of 2018, when we had that super successful, well, in my view, super successful Guardian article because it got a few million views.
Yes, it's. I think
and they didn't troll you.
Dave. It's had 2.8 million views now.
And they didn't troll you in that. I remember that article because I was wincing, ready for it, and it was actually they were nice. They were good.
So 1 month before that, we were raided by the police very heavily, just for growing a few plants. And then on that night, when soon after I'd taken the mic off after doing my piece, which was longer than the little clip that they obviously put on the front of that video, but a man approached me that night and offered to help me with my confidence, and offered to take to do a treatment of CBT or CBT, the cognitive behavioral thing, on me. He'd worked with the South African cricket team, doctor, and come to a Mayfair hotel, and I go there because I'm feeling like Superman. I'd had the DMT the 3 years earlier in 2015, and I knew that I felt invincible. Life was good. We'd done great things with Flat Earth. I had no problem standing in Speaker's Corner by this stage. And then I go and see this guy about a week, Roxanne, after that thing. And when I walked out of the hotel room, not hotel room, the lobby, the lounge, because this had happened in the lounge, where he'd done this treatment on me, like on my wrist, like popping on my wrist for an hour and more. And he's like, oh, your confidence is like 20%, but I can get up to 100% and all this, stuff. And actually, I think he was dialing me out, because I walked out of that hotel room. I'm a fit guy, and I walked out of that hotel room, stumbled down. Sorry, hotel room. I keep saying that. It was in this lobby. I walked out of this down the stairs and almost fall to the floor, and almost immediately my sense of self, I become fearful. I was really concerned, and then over the weeks ahead, the darkest of dark thoughts started crashing into my head out of nowhere. I'd just be walking with Zizi, having a really good time, and then this really, really violent stuff would come into my head. And for months, I was like, I was saying to Andrea, I remember one day, falling in my kitchen floor in tears, going, I can't get this out of my head. What has happened to me? I've let this guy fuck with me. So for the whole of 2019, I actually was fighting demons, as well as we were going to lose the house at the in October. Of course, we moved out. So as well as all of those things failing in other elements, the credit card companies were, they were long overdue sending it to the bailiffs. The gas company were tired of me not paying enough money to them, and they wanted to put in a smart meter and all of this other stuff that was other shenanigans. And then in 2019, activism was very hard for me to go to Speaker's Corner and stand there and face sometimes some pretty dark people too. So that was all that what happened. And then, of course, exactly 1 month before I joined the Globe Live tour, I have to move out of my house with my possessions, and we drive up to Scotland, where we do a 1 month of this woofing. We work on an organic farm in return for some accommodation. So that's the preamble to me going on the Globe Live tour. I'll catch you after the break.
Wow. Thank you for that, Dave. I hope you've all pinned your luggles back and you've heard what Dave said there. We've got a lot to delve into after the break. So get a drink, listen to the track that we're going to play between now and when we come back. And
One or two tracks. We'll play 2 tracks, yeah?
Brilliant. That's
just
excellent.
make sure everybody has a time to boil the kettle, go to the toilet, roll up a joint, whatever it is you want
Yeah.
to do. We're going to
We
play
have
two
we have a
tracks.
host of things to go through with Dave after we come back. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned in. Go and get yourself sorted, and we'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
See you soon, guys.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit mad, like the way I've written it and that. Do you know where we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where'd we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? Do you know? Is the question. I'm just looking for directions. Let's say the blind leads the blind, but what's the use to your eyes if everywhere you look there's deception, designed to warp your perception. The lies get applauded, but the truth gets an awkward reception. Critical thought is a weapon, or that's how it feels when you're caught in possession. Won't be a good slave, ignore the oppression. Got fire in your soul, they call it aggression. They even want us in the morgue or detention, born with depression or distorted connections. Turn your daughter into a whore with infections. Got your son thinking drug lords is profession. The ones enforcing the laws never mentioned. Judges watching child porn with a morbid obsession. Probably snorting raw before the court is in session. Where'd we go? Where'd we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? Sick of living in a war zone like it's Baghdad. My ex threw everything I owned in a black bag. I broke a phone, she spat in my boat like I'd have that. I grabbed her by the throat and I spat back, trying to type a postcode into the sack now, but had nowhere else to go, so I scratched that and just sat there, looking up at the sky with a blank stare. There's no solid foundations, just stand here. Noisy neighbors, racists and shanks here. Limitations, masons and tanks here. Starvation and slaves to the bank here. I feel skanked here. Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? All this going round in circles makes me nauseous. Is this the Matrix? Cause if you're Morpheus, I'll leave now and meet you at the coordinates. I refuse to be subordinate or an ornament when there's a war on the poor and less fortunate. The black mortality rates are disproportionate, competing with each other like it was a tournament. Why the elite are eating popcorn in the audience? The promises the politician makes are fraudulent. Still we wait for a glorious metamorphosis. Will the underdog ever be victorious? I'm just curious. Where'd we go from here? I got no idea. Do you know where we go from here? Where we go from here? I got no idea. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's colder than Moscow, I kinda feel at home where my aunts roam. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's colder than Moscow, I kinda feel like home when my mom's you from. Know where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? That nothing seems to change? I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. I've been living in a cage. This world's got me feeling like a German. What's the aim of the game? How to stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn a page. We're living in a cage. This world got me feeling like a German. What's the aim of the game? How to stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turn? Progression moves slower than a turn. Yeah, man. You know? Just thinking out loud, man. Red pill chill. Where we go from here, man? Someone give me a map or something, man.
Who your friends will be, where you go to school, who you marry, how many kids you will have, and the car you will drive, and at what speed. We will make you work for money, and tell you how you spend it, and modify your seeds. We will make you hate the ones you love, family, friends, and yourself. We will monitor your each and every move, pollute your air and water to weaken your health. We will turn you against each other to control any unrest. We will sell you drugs and put you in jail for buying them. We know what's best. What you hear and see, whether your bank gives back your money, if you'll be the next president or prime minister, if you'll be free or a prisoner. We decide when you go out, where, how long, how often. We work you to death and charge you for your coffee.
Boom. We're back. I was wondering if we were going to have to do one more thing then, because the water hadn't quite boiled. Because I have to boil it on the hob now, not with the kettle. And yeah.
Slow going. That's really slow going.
So, right, we are back, ladies and
Lovely.
gentlemen. Thank you very much for being patient. Hope you've got your tea and coffee and joints rolled and cigarettes and what have you. On to part 2. We have got so much to talk about, man. I don't even know where to begin.
Well, I just want to say that I thought the first tune you played was pretty cool, and the guy was saying, "Do you know where we go from here?"
I think you've probably met him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, you've met him. It's Jedi. He goes down to Speaker's Corner, the guy from Guides in a New Generation. It's Jedi.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually recently back in England, and I as soon as I have wheels, I'm going to be, and the weather's a little nicer. I hope to be visiting the old corner myself.
That's music to my ears.
I have an idea. Let me just preface this by saying I think that, maybe none of us are meant to know everything about the whole system or all of creation or how everything works or what the whole thing is and so on. So I just want to say that I'm not saying what I'm saying like I know it all. I certainly do not, and I don't think I'm ever going to know it all. But by a process of elimination, I think I've got some ideas and thoughts about how where we might go from here, and that's something we can talk about a little bit later on, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, solutions. Everybody's hearing about the problems. Everybody's hearing about the problems constantly, and there are so many solutions out there that we just need to actually start applying ourselves. And
yeah, and I think Richie, part of the reason for me taking so long, and I hope I didn't bore people to tears, but taking so long to tell my story is because, I'm a guy who's kind of walked through some of the stuff, and I stood in, and I will stand on the front line again and do what needs to be done. But at the same time, I know that where energy goes, energy goes, attention flows, or attention flows, energy goes. So you've got a problem of, all these beautiful creators. Well, not a problem, but a reality of all these beautiful creators in a state of tension and anger, fear, whatever, of a something out there, and when we're staring at that ghost out there or that frightening thing out there, we are never going to write our best piece. We're never going to sing our best piece. We're never going to make our best piece, And so to become the creators that our creator
intended us to be.
Yeah,
absolutely intended us to be. Yeah,
we can only find that in a place of love. From a place of love, because all the creation actually begins from the earth or the heart, and so I think that's why it's more like, for me, it's like being wise as the serpent and gentle as the dove, is that we know what we know, and so do we need to keep like raking over the coals of this obviously misdirected, defunct, devilish system? Do we want to keep breaking over that, or do we want to empower ourselves, not become knowledgeable about plant medicine, about how to bring your own children into the world without the need of all of the systems that are normally attached to that, how to provide for yourself as perhaps a community, or as perhaps more individually. And I know it's like you don't just go from being nobbled by the system to being the best athlete. It takes an awful long time to transition, or sometimes it can take a time to transition from one to state to the other, and that transitioning can only really happen when you know the nature of the wounding that you've encountered, which is why we always said flat earth was such an important gateway drug or truth for people to move through, so as to recalibrate their sense of who they were, what this place is, and their importance in it. so I think, there's lots of things we can do, while some of us feel like, to have it all change overnight and so on would be awesome. But, if we know that we live in a system that has a 26,000 year precession of the equinoxes, then these natural cycles, these highs, lows, Kali Yugas, or whatever people call them, in the dark ages and light ages, they take time, so sometimes, to unfold. So I say that because a lot of people become just fearful simply about the fact that they haven't done enough, they're not ready, and all that kind of stuff. They haven't got off grid and onto the land, and they haven't yet learned those things. Well, of course, if there's things that you need to learn and things you need to do, then you need to begin doing that, even if it's just a small little garden that you've got growing on your window lid. Or it's that you're taking on skills and crafts and things, or you're enabling your knowledge about your true sovereign status, and how you can disengage gradually or over time from certain things. And so I just say that because I don't want to be one of those guys who's saying, shit, you've got to do it now, and if you haven't done it now, it's too late. What I say to Andrea, because we've been on this journey for a few years, and as I said earlier, 900 days. Did I say that to you, or was it David Weiss? I said it to you. It's 900 days on the road, and at times that can be extremely frightening. And you think, oh, are you high enough up the mountains? Have you got enough provisions? All these sorts of things. And I keep coming back to, well, in a way, you are the universe, and the only universal change that needs to happen is within each of us. And because if an event were to occur today that, changed everything or took everything away, would I want to meet that event cowering and fearful of all these bullshit stories that are going on in the media? Or would I want to go with having done, work on myself and have raised my own level of consciousness or level of personal soul growth? Because it seems, if I'm an eternal being, then each of us is on some sort of long journey of soul development, and maybe this is a trap to try and hold souls here. All that kind of thinking certainly is on the table for me. But that aside, it's like, okay, well, what can I do if I raise my soul, or if I raise my vibration in this place? We know that everything is vibration, and the more it vibrates, the brighter it becomes. And so that vibration will be a vibration perhaps of calm that goes into my son or my wife or my community, and the improvement of the vibration that I bring into that room, into that space, into that situation, hopefully, lingers longer than my physical life. And if that's all that I offer, then that's great. If there's some afterlife story, well, that's awesome too, but I know, as I said, we've got a lot of time, so perhaps there's no like, oh, I've lost out and they're trapped forever and so on. I'd like to think that it's far more magnificent than that, and then that we have time to do that. But the best way where all of us are going to do that is to go, okay, I'm the captain of the ship. I know there's a heavy storm coming ahead of me. There's possibly icebergs that are coming. Now, what am I going to do? Am I going to frighten the hell out of my passengers and tell them that there's all sorts of shit coming down the way? Or am I going to just be at the helm there quietly, knowing, having done my practice, I earned my captaincy. I earned it because I've done these dark nights. When I was a junior officer, I worked my way up here, and I know how to stand at this helm and hold this ship right so that she makes it through the night. And that's what each of us is gifted with, is the potential to take the helm of your own ship. What the system loves to do is to say, no, you don't need to worry about that. We'll steer the ship. We'll look after your straw man. We'll do all of these things for you, And so for generations, we've had the control of the rudder taken away from us. Sometimes even the rudder has been bent and buckled so that it's hard to steer a straight course. But this is just part of the challenge, is that if you have been given a buckled rudder to start with, then it's not that you can't make the journey. It's just that you have to be an even more skilled pilot in order to bring, or captain, to bring your ship through that treacherous night. And this is what we're living through, is like a treacherous night of the soul. The soul is being called to go, are you ready to kind of stand up? Are you ready to face your maker? And I don't mean that in the, like, I think that this is all about to end. I'm not one, that's not, I have thought like that in the past. I can't take it off the table, but I don't come close to that as that's what's happening. I've got long-term plans. I expect for this growing awakening, awareness to begin to like the first flowers of the spring, begin to start showing some color, and maybe in the decades or months or years or centuries ahead, then the rest of the forest will catch up, and humanity then moves towards a golden age. But it has to be from that ship's captain becoming like the best version of you, because it's only you really that should be steering your ship. You shouldn't be giving it to anybody else to do. And if you want to get your license at the end of it, you really want to get your license knowing in your heart, and of course God or creator or whatever knows all of this. So it's not like we can hide. We can't like pretend to get my friend to answer the question for me. I have to walk this myself. And then the best I can do in this life is all I can hope for. The afterlife will take care of itself, but I'm not doing this for virgins, 72 virgins at the end, or any of that stuff. I'm doing this simply because I know in my heart this is the way that if we express ourselves in a loving way, then we are going to reap what we sow. If we express ourselves in an angry way, and I have done that, and I will say that if I do go to Speaker's Corner, there will probably be, those odd explosive moments, but I want to do it in a loving way, and not from a point of like I'm so angry and all I want to do is batter down the gates at 10 Downing Street and so on.
Dude, I don't know if you've seen what's been going on in Speaker's Corner. Have you kept up with Speaker's Corner?
Not really. I've seen a few snippets, but I couldn't say I know what's going on.
Yeah, Speaker's Corner's not Speaker's Corner anymore.
It's pretty much the same, isn't it?
It's
pretty much of the same. It's just. Yeah, go on, Rich.
Well, it's not what it was. It's not what it became, right? You guys completely changed Speaker's Corner and turned it into an event, man. It was something that it was worthwhile. People went down there and listened to the conversations that were being had, because they were all extremely fundamental, meaning really important conversations.
Yeah.
Before that, it was just my God's better than your God.
Yeah.
And that's what it's gone back to. It's gone straight back to my God's better than your God. And it looks like what they're doing is they're trying to encourage a situation where something will happen where they can say, right, that's it, no more at Speaker's Corner.
Well, I mean, I've got some, ideas and thoughts, and I'm good to go, man. People don't know this, but this last year I've spent doing a lot of street activism in South Africa.
I saw a few of your videos actually. It was good work you were doing.
I'm really glad. There's
some really good conversations.
The next question.
Sorry, what was the question?
I've got a little bit of a lag, guys, just so everyone knows. I think I've got a little bit of a delay.
We all have. It's messing up. I'm lagging on my
just saying,
screen.
I'm really glad Dave brought that up, because that was my next question about what he was doing in South Africa. So where I've got a lag, I'll shut up for a second. But yeah, Dave, if you could delve into letting us know what you kind of got up to in South Africa.
I'll try and keep this part of the story short. But the year 2020 was a bit of a lot of upheaval, and I ended up in Portugal with some friends for a while trying to do the off-grid thing. Unfortunately, didn't work as I'd hoped. A number of challenges for me. I felt like I was a long way from anyone, activism and being able to affect any change all the way out there in the mountains of Portugal. I felt almost like I'd fallen into a trap of what the system would love is for people to just go away and make no more noise, please. So that was 2020. 2021, some flat earthers very kindly offered to fly us out to South Africa and meet them there. They were coming from Bali, and see if we could set up a home together and just, you know, do the off-grid thing and stuff. They got a young child. That didn't work out, and Andrea and I and Alexander, it was easy. We were sort of stranded in South Africa with very, very little finance and very little support. As I said, my friends and family had pretty much dried up their support, you know, so I'd lived out of South Africa most of my adult life. It's been 27, 28 years since I'd lived there. So I was a little bit of a stranger in my own country, didn't have a car. And then at one point, I just had this inspiration to, hey, man, just go back and start doing some activism, you know. I had some conversations already at that point, but I made a conscious decision at one point where it was like, wow, our backs are to the wall. We have no way forward. I need to go and do some activism now. And I just hit the streets, and it was unbelievable. Honestly, Richie, the fragment you might have seen of my content is less than 1%, because I couldn't really carry the camera around me doing what I was doing. Some pretty like seedy sort of situations. Sometimes, that one time you might have seen me filming a little bit of a heroin session. The guys were doing heroin, and I promise you, of those guys, I think 3 of them went off heroin within a month of me starting to talk to them. And one of them eventually I took home to his grandma in a very, very poor, very, very poor place that has unfortunately just suffered badly. I just found out today they've had floods in that part of yesterday. They had bad floods, and it's washed away some of the neighborhood that this guy Patrick, who I sort of put in a few of my videos, this guy, you know, well, only 30 years old, but already a broken body from just a life on the streets and a hard thing. But I started affecting change, and I started doing chalking. I did some flat earth chalking and so on, but it was really trying to inform people about their sovereignty, and that we are being tricked into consenting where we need not. And so I was having great conversations. I was having Muslims, you know, strict Muslims blessing me and saying, this is awesome work, what you're doing, you know, Indians, Africans. I had one African man say to me, you are the new Nelson Mandela. I had this group, this fantastic moment where this group of about 15 young black men, 20-year-old African men, young black men, I gave them 10 minutes. They were all sitting on this beachfront thing, and I walked up to them and said, guys, why are you wearing those nappies on your face? And so I gave them 10 minutes. And when I walked away, they stood up and applauded me, and they were like chanting. It was, I promise you, I had so many moments. People sometimes put money in my hand for, like, well, I love what you're doing. We started feeding homeless people. It was really moving, that helping people like that. So we were, you know, just kind of taking that opportunity. And so in the course of that, over a period of, I guess, 6 weeks maybe, this flat earth farmer called Francois drives hundreds of miles from his farm and comes down to the beachfront, and he's walking around and seeing these guys from the videos and going, hey man, here's my phone number. If you see Dave, just pass him my phone number. So the next time I go down to the beach, the 4 guys approach me and go, hey, this guy's giving me your phone number. You need to get in touch with him. He wants to help you out. So this guy, Francois, long story short, ends up inviting us to stay at his farm for a while, which is great because, you know, it was free accommodation. I did a little bit of work around his farm, but he was in throes of losing it. The bank were taking it away from him that year. And he all he had left was the house and some 5 acres around it. That was sort of all he was left with. But he had a way, I don't want to say it too much on TV, but he said, I've got a little bit of money aside here, and I'm going to buy you a car. But it took a while for that to happen. And in the meantime, his brother, who is also about 50 years old, he's not a flat earther and tried to rip the piss out of the flat earth and so on. But he loved what I was saying about our divinity. He has his own Jesus website and so on. And although we don't necessarily align on the specifics of that, the message that Jesus is giving, he recognized as, this is kind of where I'm at. This is where my journey has taken me to that point where I'm like, see, I want to try and use that example, you know, even though I don't hold that character in the same way as a Christian might. I use his example, but I don't seek to choose favor with any particular group or any religion. You know, you choose, we lose. That's how it works here, you know. And so this guy, he says, listen, I don't need my car at the moment. You know, he's had mental health problems and blah, 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 blah. he lends me his car for 2 months, and in that time, so I said, I'm going to get 5,000 plies. This is how I'd survived. I'd gotten a little bit of money from a friend. Most of my family won't support me, but my wife's sister and my son, he's at university, and he got a grant, like quite a big grant, because we were so broke. So he got a pretty good grant. So he gave us some of his money. And then the subscribers from my channel, which I've now lost, they were very generous, and just this is why it would make a fantastic book, because there were so many days where it was like, okay, we're sitting in the car, we got no money, we don't know where we're staying tonight, and in the course of that day would come the money and the means for us to have a place to stay that night. And we were never once without a roof over our heads and a bed in all of that time. And so I have this car for 2 months, up until November, and I just go flyering, and I start to meet these awesome African people, and we started to try and get on a radio show. It didn't come off. I do all like these, kind of start doing these good works, and that was a really special time. Then I had to return the car, by which time we bought this very old 20-year-old Mercedes, and Andrea and I are still like, shit, we have no money, but let's just take this drive. It's 1,000 miles, maybe a little bit more, to the Cape, because we've got our suitcases are still there. It's a long story, but we still had we were only carrying a few bags with us, and the rest of our stuff was still in Cape Town, a few 1,000 plus miles away. So let's see if we can make it to Cape Town, and then we'll get a flight back to England if nothing else has come up. And in the time that came of that journey, we then get invited to stay in this off-grid forest. And we spent 3 months since the beginning of the year in this off-grid forest, which was awesome for us. Just so good to be back in nature, no EMFs, on the ground all the time. Zizi's naked all the time. There's a river with infinite amount of energy coming from it, so much wood. It was a fantastic opportunity. The people who were running it, 2 of them were flat earthers. And so between us, we hatched this Flat Earth Festival. The first one, they didn't want to call it a festival, but I call it that. First Flat Earth Festival in South Africa, which was a 3-day weekend event, just about a month ago now. And it was great. It was really good. In fact, 1 or 2 of them might be listening. I don't know, but
big up if you are.
Yeah,
if you are, man.
Yeah, it was a real turn up, and so South Africans have got a little bit of a toehold in that space. Mark Sargent and David Weiss and others, Brian Staveley, Karen B, Ceiling Fan Man. These people were kind enough to give us a shout out. Well, I approached them anyway to give us a shout, and they did. And I like that sort of sense of camaraderie in our community. I've noticed over the last little while there have been tensions and issues and so on, and that's okay, because this is part of our journey. Where do we go from here? But I think ultimately we should aim towards this idea, this realization of us being one with our Creator and one with each other, and in that way, hopefully, we will find the right path in time together.
Yeah. See, this is what I was going to pull out from what you've just been talking about, Dave. You mentioned about the guy that wasn't a flat earther, but you found common ground regarding Jesus. Now, it's the common ground bit that I'm pulling out, because what we all really, really need to concentrate on now, one of the solutions, one of our weapons, if you like, against what is actually happening to us is unity. It's being unified, we are all in this together, and they've done their absolute best to divide us along every single line they can. They've divided us, and we've divided ourselves. So I think as awakened souls, as people like consciously walk in the path, we need to actually really, really work on that. We need to try to,
yes,
because there's so much common ground, even if it does come back to to things that aren't flat Earth.
What what if this crazy thing that it doesn't matter what you believe, it's all going to kind of, you know, at the end, as you go through it, because this is a material, like, you know, some say like a, you know, some kind of program, you know, in a way, it, in some ways it doesn't kind of matter, you know, like, so if you want to believe a particular thing, then, you know, maybe that doesn't matter. I tell you where I try and sort of encourage people to think about themselves, Richie, and that is that if an agenda, or if a dogma or an idea or a religion or a belief has the effect of minimizing you or another or creation, then it is actually an antithesis of what a unified God mind would envisage.
Right, this is something that's actually covered in, because what I've been doing on my channel is reading something. It's a series of lectures written by, I don't know if they're a brother and sister or a husband and wife, but they've written about something called the Fourth Way, which is by this guy called Georgi Gurdjieff, and it's considered, what he called it was esoteric Christianity. And what they talk about in that is how they've taken the school, like the only schools that actually exist that are teaching the Fourth Way, have taken it. They've taken the teachings and they've applied them, but they've applied them selfishly. So they've had the absolute opposite effect of what they're meant to do. You know, they oh, we've lost him. We've lost him. Not sure what's happened there.
No, I think he's back. I
I'm
think he's
back.
back.
There we go. There we go.
Sorry about that. It was my
No,
own fat finger
that's
there.
all right.
Sorry, you were saying, Richie. Sorry.
Yeah. So I
yeah,
mean,
go for
the
it.
the Fourth Way is talking about how it's not about creating a reality where you gain material wealth, and you know, and your life gets better in all in the materialistic ways. This is all about evolution. It's all about the evolution of your own consciousness. So it's recognizing that most of the time what we're doing, we're walking around, the person that we think we are is an acquired I. It's a personality that we've kind of we've crafted, or has been crafted onto us, you know, through certain indoctrination, through certain social you know, the way they socially program us. And once you do these exercises to sort of recognize, to be able to separate yourself from yourself, to be able to be an observer and look at everything that's happening, you can, once you can do that, I've just realized that I've completely my train of thought's gone off on one.
No, well,
I'm not sure what point I'm trying to make, right? But it's about the doing the work. The work is about all the things that we've been doing over the last 7 or 8 years. You know, since we've all, because we've all kind of woken up around this. We all kind of woke up around the same time, really. I mean, there are a few of us that have been awake for 20 years. There's some of us that have only been awake for a couple of years, but the bulk of us, we all woke up around the same time. You know,
so here's the way I think of that, Richie, is like when I found 9/11, loads of people had been doing loads of research and had gone through thousands of hours of arguments and debates and backwards and forwards. So although when I found it, I didn't get, you know, necessarily as much information as is available now, or ideas available now, I was writing on the back of other people's work, you know, and same is true with flat Earth, because obviously by the time I started looking at it, Mark Sargent's stuff and DeBay's and Painter's stuff, those things were already out there. So it really helped me. And when I got into talking about flat Earth, I was doing it because I knew that other people would hopefully see a regular dude like me offering an intelligent alternative, or some science-based alternatives to the way people are thinking about the world currently, and that I would help people in that way based on what other people had done. Now, I also know that I spent time. Now, here's a good example of that. I suppose there's people who spent 15 years on 9/11 and could not move on past 9/11. And so that's true in every element of this. I think that it's great to find these nuggets that help us point to the truth of this place and our place in it. But then we have to do that work. We have to be willing to do the heavy lifting of the soul work and the personal self growth, which is for each of us an individual timeline and depends on where we are and our circumstances and so on. So I feel like
there's something about that as well, Dave, that I think that people need to don't stress out so much about where you are. Don't be thinking like, don't be worrying, oh my God, I haven't done this yet and I haven't done that yet. And what is it that I need to do? What's all this shadow work and what's all this, what is it all? Because I think it's quite daunting for a lot of people especially those people that are waking up now, in the last couple of years, that it is extremely daunting for them. But the thing is,
and this is why I say it's important that the people who have run before are saying, hey, listen, there's a couple of pitfalls you can avoid here, so you don't spend too much time down that dark alley. Go and have a look by all means, but really, let me winch you right back out of there, because there's more important work to
understand.
And that's why I'm coming kind of back, if you like, with this new channel and a slightly new resolve, because I have been talking about the divine, so on for years, but I feel like if I approach this sometimes fearful true elements of our world in a way that is inculcating or exacerbating rather the fear that I know has been sown into each and every one of us in one way or another, then I'm retarding that person's progress just as bad as some other, Alex Jonesy type kind of thing, or the BBC News. And so so I think that's what I would like to offer to people is that there is a far more divine and beautiful thing going on here outside within that can be reached, but it's not going to be reached through this through the technology. It's not going to be reached. We can get the information, but we're not going to redefine ourselves, right?
We have to realize that we're the technology. All of this technology that they're bringing out is all based on, I think it's based on what we should be able to do naturally if we weren't so heavily kind of poisoned and sedated and, corrupted with our food, with our water, with the drinks, and with the information as well, because our brains have been completely corrupted with the information.
So do you feel like that to get to that higher conscious, that higher being that can communicate telepathically across the ether, is that something that comes in future lives, or is that something that's available to us?
So Dave, I had a huge experience last year, November last year. It started November 5th, and it's gone on since then, basically. But the bulk of that experience was 90 hours where I wasn't able to sleep I just couldn't sleep. I kept getting these downloads. It was like I just I was thinking about things and suddenly getting this clarity, and along with the clarity, this huge infusion of energy. It kept me awake for 90 days. I had an
Wow.
experience in front of the mirror where I talked to my higher self for the second time. But
Wow.
this time, the, the difference was that the last time I did it was during a time when I still enjoyed Class A drugs to escape,
Mm.
every now and
Yeah.
again. And
Yeah.
it was at the end of a session, and I met my higher self. But then that whole experience was gone within 48 hours. That was gone, and I was back down in the come down, and
Mhm.
dealing with all that, with
Yeah.
3D life,
Yeah.
completely separated from anything spiritual. I think because I don't know. I don't know if it's a price that you have to pay, or if it's just a natural thing that you just get kind of separated for a bit, for a few days.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. That's a very fascinating story.
I mean,
I know we're connected. You are never disconnected from your higher self, but it's
no,
just think that the
it's
that
being allowed. It's sort of. It's almost like I don't know. It's weird. It's almost like a shame. Like for me, it was almost that it was a shame. It was like I cut myself off from my higher self because I was ashamed. Because
really.
when I had that experience, when I had that first experience, when I realized what was happening, I just broke down. I was so ashamed of myself because I'd been 3 days messy, like drugged up and messy,
Mm.
and and then I'd reached this point, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, and what you said was, are you done now? You finished? Right. Get on with it. You've got a
Yeah.
job to do and you know what it is, so get on with it. Now you've met me, get on with it. And the thing is, I didn't. I didn't get on with it. I, because it was the substances, then I had to pay the price physically, and that So anyway, when
We
it
all
happened,
do. We all do, my friend. We all have to pay the price physically for the things that we do. Because, and it's not, it's not to point fingers at anyone, but I think that's the test.
mm,
I would prefer to see it like that, as a soul test or a spiritual test. Rather, I don't have a problem with the idea that this has been usurped. I feel like, to use an analogy of Minecraft. If people know the game, Minecraft is like
mm,
I guess you drop into a world in which it's already laid out, all the, and you can go and mine for wood and build your own houses and get some sheep and all that sort of stuff. And so,
punch trees.
yeah, and so in a Minecraft world where some player got in about 5 generations before you, and then sort of made sure that when you dropped into the game, you would always be inside of their cage.
Mm,
I see that, but I see that as part of the test, because God, or the Creator, Source, the Most High, whatever name works, is is author of all things. And when I took the DMT, it was like I was I was dialed into the Akashic records, and I couldn't see details, but I could see folders and filing cabinets stretching for eternity to what seemed to be the human story. And I even wondered, it seemed to me I might be able to see the future human story as well. So if we are creators and we have the potential to create beautiful things, whether it be in this lifetime or lifetimes to come, then we will engage that creative essence, that creator essence, as intended, when our vessel is, sailing with a straight keel. It's been, you've had time to work out the
so
kinks. You've taken it into dry dock, and you've straightened it up, and you've learned your craft. You've cleaned up your shit. Because
yeah.
for me, the DMT was a pick up the arse. I've had no thoughts, no desire to take any party drugs or anything like that in the 7 years since
Well,
then.
to finish the story, dude. So in November last year, um, I hadn't been taking anything. Obviously, I enjoy a little bit of weed when I can get it.
Yeah, that's
But
how it's like, bro.
other than caffeine and sugar,
We're
basically
not
I've been
perfect.
fasting. I'd been
No.
fasting, and
Okay.
I'm still kind of fasting now. And in November, this experience, I had this experience. And when I was thinking at the end of it, I was thinking, oh, I sort of didn't want to go to sleep because I thought, oh, when I wake up, I'm going to feel different, because that's how it always was in the past. It was like
Yeah.
I wasn't allowed to take that with me. I wasn't allowed to take the experience with me because,
Yeah.
I had to let go of it because I'd kind of cheated getting there.
Correct.
Whereas this time, I woke up, and every day that I've woken up since, pretty much, I feel the same as I did. Like I
Yeah,
feel like
wow.
I still have this connection. I'm not talking to
Yeah.
my highest. I mean, I am. I talk all
Mm.
the time in my
Yeah.
mind. I say things
Yeah.
in my mind all the time. I'm speaking
Yeah.
to my
Yeah.
higher self and whatever, and to the
Yeah.
divines, whatever. But I feel like I've been allowed to bring it with me, and the best thing about it, and this is something that I've been a little bit, I've been reluctant to test it because I don't feel like I need to test it. I feel like when I need it, I will be able to do it, and I know I'll be able to do it. But I've
Mm.
already actually been shown that I can do it, and
Yeah.
that's remote viewing.
Okay.
I've been shown like that. That was one of the experiences that happened during sort of during the 90 hours, I think it was. Um, it happened, and I sort of, it seemed like I was remote viewing somebody, and it's just happened a couple of times since then. And the person that I was speaking to kind of confirmed that I was, basically, I could see. Um, I don't know if I could see exactly what it was. It's just I could see the essence of what was there. And when I described something to that person, she said, "Wow, I didn't even know that I did that. You saw it, and I didn't even know that I did it." It was
Yeah. Yeah.
a mannerism that she had, or she covered her mouth when
Wow.
she was talking. It was like a like this, and yeah, so it's a really, I've not put it to the test, and I actually feel, it's a day. It feels like I shouldn't put it to the test, because what am I going to go and spy on people? Am I going to go and spy on my friends? But I've had a couple of experiences as well where I've had images of things, like Roxanne on 2 occasions has lost things, and when she's lost them and realised she's lost them, I've suddenly had an image of it in my mind,
Wow.
and been like, the first time was with her keys, and I was like, "Your keys are they were by the till where she paid for a coffee."
Wow.
And that's where they were. With a lighter, her lighter, she'd left it down by the kettle, and I could see it clearly. I was like, "You're looking for your
Yeah.
lighter, aren't you?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "It's down by the kettle." She
That's
went down, she came back, said, "Yeah, it was. It was right next to the kettle." So I think once you clean your system out, and
mm.
fasting is a really good way of detoxing, man. The best way of detoxing is just fast.
Oh man, I know that's true. I just haven't had I have done like a bunch of cleaning protocols, and I'm about to, now that I'm back on grid, I'm about to launch on a period of self-cleansing. I picked up I don't know if you pick it up, but everybody's heard about alopecia recently, and in the last few years the hair started falling out of my beard and up the side of my head.
Mm.
So I want to take care of that over the next few months. Hopefully, do some protocols for that. But I know that we are mostly water, and we spend our lives putting all sorts of stuff into our systems that are not the right vibration. So to go for a period without maybe just some distilled water, that would be awesome, and maybe I'll feel so compelled. I think one of the things I've found about myself over the last few years is that um, I don't need to think about so much stuff anymore. Like if you're hungry or whatever, you will eat, but you won't eat too much,
Mm.
kind of thing. I happened to weigh myself the other day because I was weighing the suitcases to go on the plane, and I weigh the same now that I did when I came out of the army when I was 19 years old. So I was really amazed by that, because it's about 10 kilos lower than I was, or 20 pounds in English, than I was 8-10 years ago. You know,
I
so,
mean, I've lost a lot of weight. Obviously, I'm not looking particularly. I don't feel like I'm looking particularly healthy, because the fasting that I've been doing hasn't been exactly. That's the most beautiful thing about my life. The things that I've done, I've ended up doing them, and it hasn't really been through choice that I've ended up doing them. I didn't choose to. I mean, okay, I sort of chose to fast. But it was a decision that was forced upon me by the situation, because of this whole bullshit that we've gone through the last 2 years.
right.
So, I haven't worked since August last year.
Wow.
I've had no income since August last year, aside from my absolutely beautiful, wonderful subscribers that have helped me out, man.
Fantastic.
And just being extremely frugal with the money that they've sent. It's basically gone. It's always prioritized rent, dog food, and then cigarettes, coffee, milk, condensed milk. And so
When
my
the-
fasting, that's the other thing as well, dude. My fasting isn't technically 100% fasting. What I'm fasting from is food. I'm not really eating so much food, but I'm drinking a lot of milk. I'm drinking a lot of milk.
you get raw milk.
1 second, 1 second. I've got somebody at my door. Hang on 1 second. Sorry.
Cool. I wanted to, while we've got a gap then, firstly, if you're watching the screen, you'll see my new channel, Trinity 4. And I just want to explain what that image is you're seeing above there. Doesn't it look like an eye? It's just the most beautiful shell that I found stuck to a rock a few months ago. And I took that, close up. It looks, because it looked so much like an eye. I took a photo of it. I
Oh,
thought,
right on cue. That's the guy banging on my door asking me for rent.
wow. I've got
Wow.
stories about, like, one time my landlord was due to come pick up the rent, and I was 150 pounds short, and this flat earth pal of mine turned up with 150 pounds. He passed it to me, and within 15 or 30 seconds the door knocked, and the landlord was there looking for the money. There's so many stories. One time I was the whole rent short, 2,000 pounds for the month. I was short, and it was the Monday. The Monday, I have to pay the rent on Friday. It's already 10 days overdue. And on the Monday, this lady that I used to work for in Enfield Council, she calls me up. Oh, my husband and I set up a business. We'd like you to come and do a little consulting for us. I started with them on the Wednesday and got them to pay me because we agreed to I did do this piece of work for them for 2,000 pounds. And they agreed to pay on the Friday, 2 days later, which was ahead of me having done the work, of course. They agreed to pay the landlord my rent for the month. There's
Well,
so
bro,
many
like
so
today,
many things like that.
dude, today. So I haven't said anything. I didn't say anything to anybody, but I'd run out of everything. Even I'd run out of water and everything. And I'm sat here thinking, what the heck am I going to do, man? And then out of nowhere, I get, oh, you can't see it very well, but this is a card from one of my subscribers, Karina. She's in Australia. No,
Hmm.
or she's in, yeah, I think she's in Australia. She's from New Zealand, but she's in Australia. And she had some cash. She had some euros
Wow.
that were hidden away. And she remembered she had them. She had no use for them. She wasn't going to change them. So she sent them to me, 35 euros. So today I got 35 euros, and I was able to restock on my food supplies. So he's going to have to wait for
Yeah.
till Monday.
Oh, nice one. Well,
Yeah.
that's really thoughtful and really kind of you.
But it's nice, isn't it? It's like I
Yeah.
didn't
No, it's been
like if you
heartwarming.
don't stress too much, if you don't stress out too much about it, and you have faith that what you're doing for the right reasons. You're
Mhm.
doing it, and basically, I said to Roxanne today, essentially, what we're doing is God's work. If you were to talk to a priest, they'd say it was God's work that we're doing. A lot of people get triggered by the word God and you know.
Well, God is good.
But,
it's good work, and it's bringing goodness to the world. But as within, so without. So we need to bring that goodness within, and it will resonate or emanate without. And I'm really pleased for you, mate, because you've obviously had your own journey of your dark night of the soul and so on. So to be coming to where
literally
you are,
months sometimes, dark nights, dark months. It's been, yeah. I mean, but that's dude. We've all got our own demons that we have to battle with, don't we? And they
and
can
there's
come
no,
in so
yeah,
many different
yeah,
forms.
yeah, and there's no one size fits all, and there's no,
No,
you've run out of time. Just get that idea out of your mind. If you think you've run
no,
out of time, that's not
no.
true. You have all the time. But I do encourage people to begin to take actions, begin to do things, because that's where we are creators, where we're not creators sitting watching Netflix.
No.
But and I was a guy who did that. I binge watched Netflix
Yep.
for a
Me
few years.
too. Me
And
too, mate. Friends, Rick and Morty, all of it.
well, slightly, I didn't watch Friends, but I did watch some Friends, I'll be honest, but I wouldn't have binge watched that. No, I'm more like 24 and
Oh yeah, 24.
jail, what
Yeah.
was it called? Prison Break or
Prison
whatever.
Break. Prison Break.
And
I didn't like that one.
yeah, and the one with the the drug story, the drug lord thing. But
Oh,
anyway,
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad, I love that. I love that. But
Sons of
actually,
Anarchy.
I didn't get to. I think I was starting to get out of it by then. But what that gave me was the ability to sit for like 18 hours and consume content, which is what I then did in 2014, 15, 16. Was when I was just 18 hours a
Oh,
day.
mate, 18 hours, easy. 18
Yeah.
hours a day, man, easy.
Yeah, it was hard on the marriage and so on. But the children at that stage were older, and they were teenage doing their own thing, and I was not working at that point. I'd been given quite a nice chunk of money by a guy who loved my military book. He was so moved by it, he gave me some money, and I was in a position not to have to work for a while, and I took that opportunity to do all of this research. And yeah, you're right. This is God's work in a way. This is the path that we can take if we want to.
What you've highlighted there is like the thing. It's time. It's all about time, isn't it? Having the time to look at these things. You were given a position. You were put in a position where you suddenly had the time to be able to look at the stuff because of the career that I chose, being an entertainer, just singing to people. I mean, yeah, I did the work, and there was a period where I was doing 6 hours playing live for 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, but that only lasted for a few months, and then I was able to kind of sit back and just do 2 hours a day for 6 days a week. So for 2 hours a day, 6 days a week, I was earning enough money to pay my rent. I was living comfortably, and I had nothing but time on my hands. So I applied that time, and up to 18 hours a day, man.
Yeah, it's better than spending all that time watching porn, which I might have been guilty of at one point in the past. So yeah, I've come from that place, and I'm not saying I would never do anything like that. I think what one of the balancing elements of this journey is that we don't go from being these Neanderthal evolved apes to like some super yogi just sitting on top of a mountain living on fresh air. I think that's an extreme that is unnecessary too. So this world is made up of sine waves, and we're all very familiar with the sine wave. And the top of if the sine wave is doing this for you, it has a top peak, which is the heavens. It's the blue side. It's up, and more to do with the sheep element of ourselves, perhaps. And then the lower part of the sine wave, the lower part of the sine wave is the sort of red energies, the goat, the ego, the lower elements of the carnal self, if you like. And then balancing that, or in the center of that, is that line, which is the center line, the earth, the heart, the neutral place, the green place, the peaceful place, the tranquil place, and the expansive place. And I think we're meant to find balance in our lifetime, and we're meant to find balance in our doings and our activities. So, to say, oh, never touch alcohol, never touch coffee, never touch this, never touch that. I think it's more like, well, rather don't take I'll never do these things. More like, well, if I want to do them, I'll do them in moderation, such that I'm not going to cause myself, my temple of God, to become unwell. And because one of the things that some religions do.
Sorry, I didn't mean for that to play then.
Oh, sorry, that's such a loud. I was a bit loud with the music.
Oh my God! It's because it's shorts. It's just going to play, isn't it? Each one's just going to play. I'll scrap that.
Yeah, there's actually on my playlist. There's a longer version of that. There's a 1-minute version of that.
Right.
And I'm so sorry about the noise.
Right, hang on. Oh my God! Right. Sorry.
Little technical. That's all right. I think this is the temple of God. Actually, when you look in the mirror, you can take comfort from the words that God created you in God's image. And that, to me, I was saying this a lot to the Africans. Man, did I have such good times with the Africans in South Africa. They really get to this message so well. But I say to them, you look in the mirror and you say the words that Jesus is said to have said, I am the way, the truth, and the light, and no one comes to God but through me. And you're actually talking to yourself.
People don't realize what it means, really, do they? It's like it's got it's a much deeper meaning.
Yeah, and Jesus is said to say that you will go on and do greater things than I. And me, I have no ambition to compare myself to a venerated, unbelievably, if that's how it all played out 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, whatever the story is. I don't step on any of all of that achievement or that ambition of that man to walk a righteous life, to heal, to help, to call out the ills of the system, to alert people to that. Well, there's been many people over the course of history who have given their lives and done everything that they can to walk the right way and alert the people and be a light and so on. And so I think the Christ journey is the individual's journey if they want it, and that that we've been given manuals and books and so on that are really meant to empower you, and not some corporation or not some other dude who has to be like your earthly master before you can get to God. For me, if this is an electromagnetic system and we are like the Russian nested dolls, the Matryoshka, and God is creator, mother, nature, whatever, is the big doll on the outside of our egg, then we are maybe perhaps the smallest or the second smallest doll on the inside of that. And because, guys, it's all electromagnetic, it means like when you connect these 7 layers, these 7 dolls together, they actually create one magnetic field, one north, one south, one total field. So that's how close we are potentially to all of creation. And what I feel like this system has done is to insert rubber soles and other things into the corona, or above the mind, the government, which means to control the mental. They've inserted this between, and even religion, they've inserted this between us and our immediate connection to the higher self, and through the higher self, the Most High. I don't know how it all works beyond the human story. I don't, but I think that it's perhaps it's like a pyramid system all the way to the Most High, and we're sort of right down near the bottom of the pyramid. Not to diminish, because every one stone of the pyramid is as important as any other, but there is only one capstone. Not to diminish, and I talk very much about in electromagnetic theory now, and that we live within a meta-torus system. We are the micro-torus within a meta-torus system. And I say to people, like in nature, what you see is a lot of spheres, the eyeball, fruit, you know, you see a lot of spheres, but every sphere you ever find will always have a skin. It'll always have a covering, a bark, a peel. It always has a skin. And once you break that skin, you destroy the fruit. But if you take the orange and you consider one single cell within that orange, well, is that one single cell, if that single cell is a little micro-torus of the macro-torus, is that little cell of orange any less orange than the rest of the orange? I'd say no. I'd say, of course, it's the same. It's all orange. You know, just it may not be the whole orange, but it's still orange.
It may not look like an orange. It may not be the color of an orange, but it's what an orange is constituted of. You know, what constitutes.
Well, yeah, but you know, once you cut open orange, you'll find all those tiny little individual pockets of cells, and each one of those cells is like a tiny little bag all by itself of orange.
A little fractal. It's a fractal.
Exactly, but it is still absolutely orange on the microscopic scale. You barely taste it on your tongue. It's so small, but it is still orange, even though it's only a part of the whole. And that's what I think that we are. And we have the potential, if you think about the orange analogy, we have the potential to either be a really tasty, sweet cell of orange, or we could be a slightly off color, maybe a little bit brown, rotting, maybe orange. And so you know, can we affect the whole of the orange in that way? Well, maybe we can. Maybe that's why they want to control as many minds as they do, so is that we create the broken orange, we create the rotting orange, because we are essentially the only thing that create anything here.
That's basically exactly what I've been saying for the last sort of 3 or 4 years, is that because our perception is the key to reality, each of our individual perceptions is what makes up our own individual reality. And so if they can control our perception, which they've made a concerted effort to do our entire lives, and they've controlled it on every single level, from entertainment to education to you know, health, everything. They've completely controlled everything that we see and eat and feel and learn, everything that our senses are able to sense. Basically, they've got their fingers in it, and you look at how much they invest in certain narratives and think, why do they invest so much in that narrative? Because it's false. It's a false narrative. So they need to invest in it. They need to plump it up and keep pushing it in everyone's face to make them think that it's real, because then, in a sense, what happens as a result of that is in line with what they want rather than with what we want. We are creating the world that they desire. They're talking about all this AI. They talk about technology. Everything that's been built, every single piece of technology that's ever been designed, has all come from us, being directed and funded by them.
Yeah, you're correct. And you know, we're not creating, if I may sort of suggest that we've created, you know, so we've been tricked for centuries and decades. And so, you know, the city that we already have, the banking district, the you know, the infrastructure, the corporations, so on and so on. We've been doing this for some time, and we're marching at a pace, creating something more. And it seems this idea that of bifurcation of the human story it has to be considered real, as you know, that there might well be two different completely different ways of doing things for a period of time. There's those people who are totally into the technocracy, totally going along with all the things, and then there's going to be perhaps a different world begin to emerge in which people are doing things in a different way. But like, if I was the guy, say I use the example of the national lottery, if you had to gift everybody in the country the right numbers, and give them all of the money, everybody millions of pounds overnight, which is probably less than we're owed by this system anyway. But if you were to do that, then it would create the sort of it would create more problems, I think, than it would solve, because if like it's like the cookie jar example, where if you deny a child cookies, when they get their hands in the cookie jar, they'll go a little bit crazy. And then so I think we have to do this hard work. So sometimes I wonder if these tests, and part of the reason why these secret societies and so on do all of this insanity, is because they have some kind of contract or some kind of deal to create never-ending mayhem, from which will come the brightest of light. Because the darker it gets, so in this system of cause and effect, action and reaction, then the darker it gets, the brighter the lights will come. And that's the journey. I mean, like, say you were a skilled singer, and a guy turned up off the street and couldn't croak a word, but insisted that he was going to come and sing alongside with you. You'd be like, dude, you've got to go and practice your craft. Until you've got your craft sorted, then what I mean, we can't do that. So the same applies to this. Is like, okay, so we found this stuff out, that there's a little singing competition going on down the road. You can't just pitch up there. Now that you found out, you do need to have practiced. You do need to have honed a skill. And I think that if we're going into a new world, one in which we are no longer as dependent at all on this master race system, then we need to have done the work for ourselves, on ourselves. And I say to people, like, if you've got 10 puppies in a cage and you only put 3 puppies worth of food in every day, those puppies will tear at each other, and there will be some that are broken and some that are really bad boy dogs, and they will continue to be that even once you let them out of the cage. And so the bad boys and the ones cowering in the corner need to find their courage in order to walk out of the cage. But whilst they're in that state, it's like opening the doors at Shawshank Prison. We know that some of those inmates would walk out there and cause all sorts of mayhem in society, whereas a guy like Tim Robbins, the main character, he's worked it out. Even though, like all of us, he hadn't committed any crime, he worked it out, and he worked his way out. And it's not for all of the prisoners. It's not. I'm not making this rule up. I'm just having to make that conclusion given what I see at this time. And that's not to say it's a bad thing, because you can't just throw millions of pounds in everybody's bank account overnight and say, oh, that's going to work out fine, isn't it?
No, so many people don't even know what to do with the money. It's like when the Americans got their stimulus checks, and the queues outside the bloody electrical stores and the trainer stores, the queues that went all the way down the bloody road because people were spending their $2,000 or $600 or whatever it was on a pair of Nike trainers.
That's such a good example. I always think about people going out and buying Ferraris and running them all up into the walls and so on. But I think that's a great example, actually, and it points to where people have got, their priorities have been taken along that way, where it's all about the materialism and so on. And clothing and all of that. And as I know you obviously have had the same experience as me, is that you need so little. When you've got very little, you realize you need very little. As long as you're warm and you've got some food,
the only things you really need to make you happy: a bit of food, a nice beverage, hot drink, a nice bed, somewhere nice to go to the toilet, somewhere nice to have a shower, be able to wash your clothes. Even like storage, it'd be nice to have a little bit of storage, but just the simplest things that make life, bearable, man.
Made me think of a little side story. For more than 300 days, possibly 400 days, you know, Alexander had gone out of the nappies while we were on the Globe Light tour, and so we never potty trained him because, you know, our lives were sort of on the go. And so on the Globe Light tour, and then for the next 300 odd days, I had to find, we were always on the road, and he wouldn't use a toilet, he wouldn't go inside for a poo anytime. So I had to find outdoor places for 300 odd days, clever places where he could be private, for him to do that. It's just one of the funny little side stories of this, that, you know, yeah, we can do with a lot less, but it is nice to have a hot shower. And one of the joys of being in this forest off grid was that they had a donkey boiler, unlimited water, unlimited wood.
Nice.
So I could run. There was a bath outside. I might even have a video of it on my channel, my new channel, where I could lie out. We could lie outside at sunrise, dark in the night, where you couldn't see anything in the forest, and you're just lying in this forest with all the crickets and all the forest noises, and it's just beautiful, man.
Man, that
Yeah.
I can imagine that very
People would-
clearly.
Yeah, and you know what the funny, crazy thing is that, you know, just down the road in Cape Town, in this modern city, people are limited to 1,000 liters of water a day. They have been for a few years because of fake water shortages, and they pay as most people do, pay an absolute fortune for the gas or electricity to warm a bath. So most people would be like, "Oh, you're running a big bath like that? Oh, you can't do that." And we're in a modern city now, and here I am off grid with absolutely nothing modern, and I'm running these long deep bars. That's a big bath that Andrea and I could both fit in, and even Teasy, he had some really long bars in you know, which was also a bit of a turning point for him. So just a crazy, you know, thing. I don't know, obviously the weather in South Africa is a little warmer than here, but you know, the life off grid, it doesn't have to be gruesome if you've got a nice cabin and you can generate your own power. Then yeah, you start getting a lot of freedom. And water, you must have, you know, water is essential. It's an essential part of going off grid. Water is life.
If I had, I know exactly what I would do, but the trouble is I need capital to be able to do it,
Yeah,
because
most people
you know,
do,
so I wouldn't necessarily need timber. Yeah, I could build a cabin out of pallets, but I would still need to buy those pallets, you know, because the length of time it would take to go around and collect those pallets, it's just not really you know, practical, is it? Be much better to go to a yard, buy a stack of pallets, you know, work out how many. And pallets aren't actually that cheap, man. So it's
Well, when I was doing my woodworking, making pallet furniture and stuff, I did find a few sources back then. You know, 5 years ago, so where you know, I never paid for them, and I could get as much as I could squeeze into my car and come back a few times and so on. But obviously, if you're building a place, then you're going to need a fair amount of that. Just a practical point on the pallet. I would say that it's generally a bit of a thin wood. You'd want at least an inch. But
I actually watched the guy. The reason I mentioned that was because I watched the guy on YouTube build a house out of pallets, and what he did was it was all reinforced. Like it was double layers. He was doing on the walls. He was double layering it, and he put plaster in behind the what's it called, drywall. Behind that, he was stuffing grass and hay and stuff for the installation. He built a brick fireplace that sort of went into an oven. He created a brick oven within the hut that provided the heating. You know, it was pretty cool. I mean, honestly, it would have been quite easy to push it down. You know, if you drove a car into it, it would have fallen down, and it might not have withstood a really heavy storm.
Yeah.
But it was in the middle of a wood, so it probably would withstand a storm because the trees would have, you know, shielded it from the wind.
The day we went to get this car, we went to a coastal place, and they had a hectic storm, and we stayed the night in these wooden cabins, like a holiday resort wooden cabins. And that very night they lost 2 of their chalets because a tree came down on them.
Oh man.
where we were in the forest, there had been the previous winter, there had been, you know, the big storm, and trees had come down in the forest. So one of the things about being inside of a forest is that needs to be considered. But you know, and also if you're in the UK, then deep in a forest, I think you'll struggle with sunlight, particularly in the winter, and it adds to the weather. So if you can be nestled on the edge of a forest, I think that might work better in that situation. But I just want to offer this for consideration, because obviously I've carried a wife with me along this journey. It hasn't just been me, although I've been the driving force, but most people, what I want to offer is that most people are used to a certain standard of life, and a lot of women, you know, would be like, I'm not wanting to let go of necessarily all of my creature comforts, maybe a washing machine, or maybe, you know, some of the other things that we like to have in the modern world. So what I would offer as a way of thinking about it is that we don't necessarily want to put ourselves back into caveman times. We don't necessarily want to make
we don't
life.
need to.
We
don't
think
need
I'm
to.
that
That's the point.
as a reason for people to pause before saying, "Shit, it's so bad right now. All I need to do is run out into the hills, put a little tent up, and then things are going to be fine." It could be so difficult in those situations that you know, you could exhaust yourself and put so much strain on your family and all sorts of things. So I think, you know, good planning, no need to kind of, you know, obviously like you, I would love to have a pot of money that would allow me onto some land, and then I could afford to build structures and so on. That has been my dream. I also have this other idea that perhaps when some other massive worldwide shift happens, then land or owners of land are more willing to free it up in order for people to take an alternative approach. And when thinking along those lines, I would suggest that a commune is only a few letters away from communist. So what I offer is that, you know, there's horses and people at different stages of their life and different economic availability and so on might choose a commune because it's there's things set up, the overheads perhaps are less getting in, and so on, and the advantage to share certain things with other people is of benefit. So I don't knock that. But for me, as a guy who talks about individual sovereignty and people mastering their own ship, then when you're in a commune situation, you generally find you're having to make a lot of allowances for other people's ship and their own wake and their own, you know, stuff that's coming across your bow. And so, you know, like this place we were in, you know, this forest, you know, they had like a strict vegan only kind of, you know, communal meal once a day. And, you know, many of the nights there was no vegan there, but they were making allowances for, in the case that some vegan would come, you know. And for me, that's like, that's, you know, if I choose that, then I'm happy to kind of, you know, if I want to be vegan tonight or this week, then, you know, that's kind of up to me. But I don't want somebody else to tell me to put a nappy on my face, and I certainly don't want someone else to tell me what I can and can't eat. That has to be my own. That has to be my own sense of what is right, and not somebody else's. So that's, you know, that's what I would say about communes, is that they can be a little hard to kind of find your own groove when you're not your own master. My idea is that, you know, people should share some sort of communal spaces. We need a village. You know, in the ideal old world, people had a village of 50 houses, 30, 40 houses, and around that some 20 small farms and so on. And between all of them, they pretty much provided for all of their own requirements. And that allows for the 0 to 100-year-old kind of lifespan, support and education, and those sorts of things. That for me is a a far more attainable or far more realistic kind of way forward. Just to share my thoughts, I don't know how it's all going to work out. 6 months from now, none of this might be relevant, but that's where I'm at the moment. Is you know, and of course, I'm just letting this journey unfold. Really, I don't have I don't need or have the ability to steer it, rather than just present myself in the best way that I can each day, and let the journey take us where it does. What we do want to have, and what everybody I hope would eventually want to have for themselves, is a piece of land that was their own, that they could sink roots in, and that their family and friends or whatever could enjoy it in any way that they wanted to, and that the trees that were planted would become an insurance of food for the generations down the line. Because you know, our lands were once, I think, full of fruit trees, and there was so much food around, you know, falling off the trees kind of thing. You wouldn't really need much from the supermarket, which is why they don't really like having those around anymore. And of course, so when you move onto land, typically there isn't, unless you're lucky enough to buy a fruit farm, there isn't a lot of mature fruiting trees. And this is a very important part of the permaculture agenda or idea. And also what makes sense to me is to have the stuff that you grow every year, and then the stuff that just drops off the trees without doing anything, you know. You definitely need all of that in your thing, and that takes the time to build up the skill, the you know, the arsenal or the inventory. So you know, and what if we don't do it in 5 years? You know, whoa, that's, you know, I just think this is why we need to. We
need to stop thinking about time in that way, because one of the things that I think has been really clear over the last couple of years is how time isn't really linear. It's absolutely relative, and it's, you know, it can so much can get done in such a short period of time, you know. So we don't need to, we need to stop worrying and just get on with it.
Yeah, and be, you know, just like be as fit as you can be, mind, body, and soul, for the opportunities and the avenues that are coming, you know. And we go forward with no fear, but more like a growing sense of our own inner confidence and so on. And this might be an opportune moment for me to quickly run through, if I may. I know I don't want to keep this stream up all night, but I had wanted to show folks, I don't know what's happened to my screen right now. I wanted to show folks, excuse me, where's this thing gone? I don't know what's happening here. Oh, there it is. I wanted to show folks this thing that I've been looking at recently. Oh man, did I lose it somehow? Well, let's talk amongst ourselves while I go and look it up. But guys,
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what I'll do, mate, because we've been going for 2 hours and 7 minutes, and the last break we had was over an hour and a half ago. So what I'll do is I'll play a quick track, give everybody a chance to go and have a quick pee if they need to, give you a chance to line up what you're doing, what you want to read there, and we'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Right. And what time do you normally wrap this up? I'm not.
I mean, honestly, dude, I think what we're trying to do is definitely keep streams under 3 hours. Normally we go around between 1 hour and 2 hours, but I mean, if you've still got some stuff that you want to share, then
I did 20 hours with Russian vids on over 3 nights, and I think more than a year ago, and I'm still recovering from that. So
I did 9 hours the other day with Bernie, Bernie the science guy over on Crypto Alchemist on his channel there. I was 9 hours on that stream with him, man. It's it takes it out of you. But I'll play a quick track. This is Tom McDonald, Fake Woke, and we will be back in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I've got about a half an hour of steam in me myself, my friend. So that's good. Cool. I'll see you back in a bit.
See you in 4 minutes.
Cool.
I think it's crazy I'm the one who they labeled as controversial, and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rappers pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if I mention race in a song, I'm scared I'll get killed for it. It's backwards, it's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, and now he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it, cause you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy. Label everything we say as homophobic or racist. If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association. All our childhood heroes got Me Too'd or they're rapists. They never freed the slaves. They realized that they don't need the chains. They gave us tiny screens, we think we free cause we can't see the cage. They knew that race war would be the game they need to play. For people to big teams, they use the media to feed the flame.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same old safe zones. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings.
I think it's crazy how these people screaming facts, but they fake woke. Hate their neighbor cause he wears a mask or he stays home. Has a daughter but his favorite artist said he slays hoes. Picks her up from school, music slaps on the way home. Censorship's an issue cause they choose what they erase. There's a difference between hate speech and speech that you hate. I think Black Lives Matter was the stupidest name, when the system's screwing everyone exactly the same. I just want to spend Thanksgiving Day with food and my family, without being accused of celebrating native casualties. We got so divided, it's black and white and political. Republicans are bigots, libtards if you're liberal. There's riots in our streets and it's just getting worse. Y'all screaming deep on the police, y'all are genius for sure. They're underfunded already, they're way too busy to work. Order food and call the cops, see what reaches you first. Segregation ended, that's a lie in itself. That was a strategy to make us think they were trying to help. They knew that racism was hot if they designed it to sell. We buy up every single box and divide us ourselves.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same old safe zones. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings.
We use violence to get peace and wonder why it isn't working. That's like sleeping with a football team to try and be a virgin. Politicians are for sale and someone always makes the purchase, but you and I cannot afford it. Our democracy is worthless. If a man has mental illness, call him crazy, say it silently. When country's going crazy, we accept it as society. Get sick and take a pill, when the side effects get you high, you get addicted like these rappers dying fighting with sobriety. Censoring the facts turns our children into idiots. They claim it's for our safety, I'll tell you what it really is. Removing information that empowers all the citizens. The truth doesn't damage points of view that are legitimate. They're trying to change amen to amen and women. How'd we let them make praying a microaggression? Instead of asking God for the strength to keep winning, we cheat to get ahead and then we ask him for forgiveness. Feminism used to be the most righteous of fights, but these days it feels like they secretly hate guys. I don't trust anyone who bleeds for a week and don't die. I'm just kidding, but everything else that I said is right.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same old safe zones. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Welcome back, peeps. That was Tom McDonald, Fake Woke. I was just putting into the chat actually, and I won't bother. I'll say it. The only thing about that guy, right? I love his work. I love the fact that he's an independent artist and everything. But his girlfriend she's either a Rothschild or a Rockefeller. Can't remember which one it is. I think it's Rockefeller.
Well,
So, I mean, that would explain where money comes, where, maybe he's been getting some
The
money
plot
from
thickens.
her. But and that, just because she's a Rockefeller, just because she's part of the bloodline, doesn't mean that she's playing their game. But it does seem that
this guy who helped me out with some money some years ago, it strained my relationship when I try to pound him with the flat earth, and he still doesn't buy these things. But he went on a 1 week shooting thing with one of the Rothschild boys, and he's like, "Oh no, the guy's absolutely cool. You know, he's just a normal guy." Whoa. You know, and you know, I've gotten quite close to the, you know, Prince Harry and William, and even not far from the Queen and the Duke, and you know, they just look like, you know, normal people.
You didn't see any scales. She didn't show you her scales.
No, I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't know what they're up to, and I don't know what the game is, but you know, I think
remember
there's a lot of theories about all of that, and I know the money system is fake, and I know that our birth certificate is you know, a straw man means of controlling us as though we're lost at sea, and all that sort of thing. And the Crown and the Vatican and Washington and so on, these three city states are you know, very, very significant. But there's the Chinese the Art of War book is
Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu says, you know, the best way to defeat your enemy is to hide within them.
Yeah.
You see, and so when we know that the world game is constructed and controlled from the top tables, then you know what China is and how much, you know, influence China has over the European project. You know, again, who could know? Because the best way to hide is to be like the poor guy in the corner and let all your minions go and do their work. Because as I often say, you know, I wouldn't be able to walk into Ghana and take over the place, but if I got some Ghanaian gangsters to work with me, that would be a different matter. So yeah, I mean, it's such a complex web. There's no doubt there's mass trickery. There's no doubt that the education system and all these others are designed for mass mind control and controlling of the story. And maybe we're in the version of the story or the time in the story when these wrongs are to be righted. Or maybe that's something that happens in the future, or maybe it never happens, because that's the nature of Disneyland. You know, Disneyland needs to keep producing the same rides and maybe a few new thrills and spills so that the people keep coming back, you know.
Disney have just recently their whole agenda has recently been uncovered from these sort of leaked Skype or Zoom conversations or whatever they were. But their agenda has been completely uncovered. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Disney over the next, you know, year or two, because
yeah, well, the word apocalypse apparently means the unveiling, and we think that there is an unveiling happening. We think that the ether is changing, and the ether is water, essentially, and the water holds the knowledge, the Akashic records. And so if the ether is shifting and the apocalypse is coming, the unveiling is to happen.
The apocalypse is here, dude. The apocalypse is here now. We are going through the apocalypse right now. That's the other way that they've caught us, is with words and language. So apocalypse has got this huge narrative attached to it that everybody has associated with the end of the world. But it is the end of the world as we know it. It's, you know, it's like
the world as we know it. But
2020 was the end of the world as we know it. Nobody can deny that. Like, you think about what life was like in January 2019 and compare it to January 2020. Different worlds.
January 2020 to 21 was the big shift.
Oh man.
Yeah. And you know, and that's all good. You know, it's like, okay, so this is going to get ripped open, but in the event that it does get ripped open seriously and all these truths come out, then the people best placed to guide those around them will be those who've done the work, those who've seen it, and those who've alchemized what it means to their spiritual prowess, their spiritual progress, because we were all hamstrung and and we can remain hamstrung. Even if we're shouting about the lies, we can remain hamstrung. So the journey, I think, is if you've gotten ahead of the wave, then to go, okay, I'm going to do the smart things and learn to be the good ship captain, and
that's all through observing yourself, isn't it? That's all through you start by observing yourself. Like we spend so long observing others, but what you're talking about is being able to observe yourself and your own actions and how you're conducting yourself, how you react to things. It's
yes,
and to be able to do that, you need to be able to detach from everything.
yes. So I want to give guys. There's two things I wanted to talk about. One was that you do not need to get a birth certificate for your child. You can write some letters, and I will try this week with Andrea to make the video we've been promising to make for a very long time about how we did it. Obviously, Alexander has a passport. He's done quite a lot of traveling. He's just been banned from South Africa for 5 years for overstaying on his visa by 250 days. I have written about that, and that's just another sideline. But there's no need for vaccinations. Can I say that? I don't think I can say that. Of course,
the jibby jabba do.
Yeah. That agenda, all of that, unless the child, I suppose, has some particular real medical issue, then you've got to make that call. But all of the stuff that's offered is really only offered, and you have to consent to it. Don't assume that they have the power to muscle past your absolute power as the mother of the child. So that I even stopped them with Alexander. I prevented them from doing the heel prick test because I believe that the massive pain that shoots up your sciatic nerve into your groin when you're just out of your mother's womb is the first primary injury that's done to you in your life. And because your sense of self, your groundedness, security comes from your lower chakras, from your groin, from your goat, is because that's why they destabilize it, so that you are already the pool has already been disturbed right from the beginning. So we stopped them from doing that. We delayed the clamping of the cord. I would recommend home birth if you can bring yourself to do all the work on that. I would recommend that every day. And some flat earth friends of ours who we were giving advice to, Josh and Charlotte, they just had a child at home in a pool, and it was beautiful. Second child, first one went through the system, second one beautiful at home. So protect your children. There is it seems it's more, in terms of the straw man and claiming it and so on, there is still work to be done for us in terms of that, and some of that I think I have to do before he's 7 years old. So I'm hoping to do that this year. At the end of it, when we were writing these letters, firstly, it was fairly easy to write a series of letters to prove that he'd never had a birth certificate before getting a passport. And also when they threatened us with fining and so on, I stood all of that stuff down, and it's fairly easy to do. So I would just offer that to anyone who's in that situation.
And courage, isn't it? It like all it takes is courage, because if you stand up and you like you didn't let them bully you.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you for raising that, because this brings me to perhaps my final talking point of the evening, and that is that I think that this is something I was over the last year, I was having some times to think of things, and I realized that the story of Jesus, if it be the story of you, then the 12 disciples are related to you, and they may well be the 12 disciplines of yourself. And you being the hub, of the wheel are the 13th point. All of the spokes of the wheel, the 12 disciplines, or the 12 disciples, are all relevant to you. So I came back and did a little research, and Neville Goddard had said that the disciples actually represent the disciplines of the mind. When enacted, they produce an imaginative consciousness, which is the Son of God. That is, they produce the creative consciousness which imagines life into reality. In a book, In Your Faith is Your Fortune, he relates that the 12 disciplines, the 12 disciples are the 12 disciplines of the mind. And the first quality to be called and disciplined is Simon, or the attribute of hearing. This is the most important thing. It's what we let into our ears.
Mm.
The second quality to be called to discipleship is Andrew, or courage. And this is where, this is where it's a very important plank of what we're becoming, is we have to have that element of ourselves, our courage, in good shape. The third discipline is that of being just, or James, the righteous judge, and his brother. So just in the things that we do. John, being beloved, is the fourth discipline, is justice, to be wise and administered with love, just as it should be wise and administered with love. The fifth quality is Philip, and this one asks to be shown the Father. The awakened man knows that the Father is the state of consciousness in which man dwells, and this state, or Father, can be seen only as it's expressed. So what I mean by that is that if you are expressing out as a gangster, then that's what you will see.
Yeah.
But if you're expressing out as a higher, in this case, Father, then that is what you will see. And by the way, when I talk about Father, because I think that Creator perhaps doesn't have a gender thing.
No, I feel the same. It's it's more of an androgynous, because there has to be a male and female, doesn't there? That you can't just have the Father.
Yeah, I studied some quantum physics, and it really underscores that idea that there has to be the zero and the one. The zero being the feminine portal, and the one being the masculine light.
Binary.
So yeah, and the L is the masculine electricity into the female magnetism, Ma being magma and mother. So she's got the magnet, her womb. I know this is getting a little bit into the theory here, but the female womb is actually the black hole into which the light of life enters and comes through the black hole and begins life as an embryo. And this is the electricity and magnetism coming together and forming life. So we need, and actually the word Father could be broken down into fat, her, and in the belly of the great mother, she is a fat her. So for me, I don't try and get too caught up in the spellcraft. I know that I don't need my Creator to have any gender. For me, my Creator has the ability for all, the potentiality for all of this creation, and all of the animals, and all of the trees, and everything else that comes with it. But the Creator intends to come in through the vessel of you and experience itself, and all of its different flavors and colors, shapes and sizes.
This is what Gurdjieff says. This is all about creating the space within you for that consciousness, for the
yes, for the Father, for the Creator of this consciousness in which man dwells. So if you're in a low state of consciousness, it will express in that way. So like this flyer that I made for the Africans, I put on there like this 2 Tauruses, one with a small red, like fearful, closed-in Taurus, and one with an expansive, loving, I think it was purple or green, I can't remember now, but with an open consciousness and an open heart and so on. And I think in that's what you would see in a Jesus character. You would see that Father, you would see that exemplified in that being, and that's that's part of that. So that would be the fifth quality, or Philip, the disciple Philip. The sixth is Bartholomew. The quality is the imaginative faculty, which is the quality of the mind when one is awake. So your imagination and your ability, and just how you were saying, Richie, about your ability to kind of see things and so on, you know, this is probably part of that sixth spoke of the wheel, if you like.
Yes.
The
Yes.
seventh, yes. The
Sorry,
seventh.
yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say, because the thing is, when I realised that that's what was happening, I kind of thought to myself, do you know what? This is something that I kind of did anyway, but I passed it off immediately as my imagination replaying memories, or just purely imagining situations.
Yes.
And so
Well,
it's trusting
okay.
your imagination.
So I'll bring us back to the Bible verse that God created us in his image. Image is imagination. And
Yeah.
so if we exist in the imagination of God, then so too can this existence exist in the imagination of you, which is why I think that the sun that you see is your own sun. It's actually a personal sun that we each, you know, the point of light that we perceive as sun, we know it's not a single object, but that point of light, well, that's what my theory is anyway, that is your sun, it's your moon, and this is your universe. And when you and I are together, you and I verse, we talk, we create, and God spoke the world into existence. So the animals going into the ark 2 by 2 was all the brown and dark animals, and the ones that were colorful went in 7 by 7. And I believe possibly that story is about how your brain was programmed with the ability to see what you see, so to render the frequencies that we're able to perceive in this reality as what we do. Well, our brains had to be programmed with the ability to take that light energy and translate it into an elephant or a dove. So a little bit off in the weeds there, but just some other thoughts. I have had a long time to think about these things, and very few people to talk about them too, because when you're doing street activism, you're talking at a very entry level information, you know, not necessarily able to get into some of the deeper stuff. So it's cool to be able to do that. So Thomas, this is the doubting Thomas. Everyone knows the disciple doubting Thomas. And this is the discipline quality: doubts or denies every rumor and suggestion that are not in harmony with that which Simon Peter, the ears, has been commanded to let enter. Because we are told to be careful of what comes into here. You know, this is the temple of God. And just like we think, oh, what's in the food? It's what's going in the ears and the eyes that is having a big effect on us. So this, if it's discipline, this quality will doubt and deny rumors and suggestions that are not in harmony with what you've heard, which is why people here in this community have higher discernment. They're able to set aside and be the doubting Thomas and say, no, I'm not sure that putting a bandage on your face when you go out of house is a good idea. So that's a good one. That I like that, the doubting Thomas.
Yeah.
Matthew 8 is the gift of God. This quality of the mind reveals man's desires as gifts of God. Wow, that's a powerful one. This quality of the mind reveals man's desires as gifts of God. In other words, and this is hard for some people in the kind of, oh, we don't do any of this and we don't do any of that. But actually, if you are God, I say this to people, like, imagine you created this place and you've gone, well, I'm God. I can't taste gender. I can't touch gender. I can't touch food. I can't taste food. I can't hurt myself. I can't cry. I can't love. I can't do any of this stuff. So I'm going to create a tableau, a place in which I can come and have some of those experiences. So it should be for you, each individual, to go out and have the experiences. Stay, think about the 7 heavenly virtues of temperance, and not taking the piss with, not hammering yourself, because we might do that in our 20s or 30s or perhaps later. But really, this is where we're like, okay, I gave you the booze to taste, but you need to show the restraint. Yes, you've had some shit in your life, but you need to kind of alchemize that shit so that you no longer hurt yourself with that particular vice or that particular thing. But really, it's all there for you to enjoy.
I see those of us that have actually done that and reached that point and gone, okay, you know, that was fun, but I don't need to do that anymore. I think that we've, you know, somebody that has never done it. If I'd lived my entire life with the same views that I had when I left school and just not gone near any drugs, then I don't think I'd be as strong as I am now, mentally.
Yeah, I think that, you see, this is why we shouldn't, I'm not saying you are, but people shouldn't be too vexated by the travails that are being pushed your way. I have spent time with these some South Africans who live in conditions that are so awful,
They're people that are listening. It's their worst nightmare, really, isn't it?
if you went there, you would probably be in tears. And for me, it was a humbling reminder. It wasn't my first time in townships in South Africa. I did a bit of that when I was younger, but
do you think it's gotten worse, or do you think it's the
yeah,
same? Or?
And the local folk think it's gotten worse, by the way. You know, Africans have said to me that it was better under apartheid. But you hear that in other places because it, you know, anyway, that's another story altogether. But you know, these people are so much closer to God. I say that to them quite often. You know, you are closer to God than most of the Europeans I know, because of the trials that you've been put through, and the humbling that you've been forced to walk. And for me personally, this last few years has been that humbling. You know, I was paid pretty well when I had a suit and tie job, and you know, I've had to, you know, put my hand out and ask for help. I've you know, I've had to, you know, face fears and confront, you know, gangsters and that kind of thing in order to walk this walk. And yeah, all sorts of things that have been actually at the time painful, but eventually I got to that point where I was like, no, I need to start cherishing this. You know, it is difficult. I don't know how we're going to pay for tomorrow. I'm not sure where we're going to be. I'm raising a 4-year-old child, or, you know, and supporting a wife who's, you know, not always you know, having walked the walk that I have, you know, needed more you know, support and so on. But this has all been to my benefit, not my detriment. It has helped me in my own growth journey.
And dude, I've got to say, mate, it is actually a beautiful thing to see that you guys are getting through this. You're on this path together. You're walking this path together, and it's. I mean, hopefully, it seems like it's strengthened your relationship, and
yeah,
you know, it's
yeah. Well, that's a little bit like going to war, really. You know, when you get down in the trenches with someone and you spend all of that time, you know, working through that, it creates a bond that's hard to shake. As I said, I recently came into contact with my gunner from the war, and, you know, he and I sat inches from each other with the cannon between us.
Yeah. It must have been an extraordinary experience. It must have been really extraordinary experience to, you know, to bump into him. And
wow. Well, you know, looking into his face is 30 years older, but looking into his eyes is exactly the same eyes, because, you know, my vehicle sounded like a popcorn machine for a lot of the time. with all the bullets hitting it.
Yeah. Oh, crikey. Yeah.
And
I thought you were talking about the engine. I feel a bit of a fool for laughing now.
No. It's a very powerful machine, 20 tons in weight, and big six massive wheels that are really well suited to the desert conditions or the sandy conditions, better than the tanks. So we were more nimble than them, about half the weight of the tank, but and not as powerful a gun. But we
still 60 mil.
90 mil.
90 mil, man. That's
yeah,
still a lot of damage. That's how.
Oh yeah, we knocked over tanks. My crew knocked over tanks, but my vehicle got so badly beat up one day, I had to get a new one. You know, from the amount of bombs that were landing on or near my vehicle. So you know, and you're kind of going forward and backwards into and out of battle in bushy conditions, and you're looking at each other in the face and going, right, there's a target and so on, and it's life and death, because the guy who gets the shot first when you're shooting against a tank, that could be life and death. So
I can put myself in that situation, and I think for me it would be like when I went the very first time I went bungee jumping, and I stood up there on the platform, and I thought to myself, right, this could go horribly wrong, man. I might actually die now. Am I gonna, you know? Yeah, okay. Fuck. And the first time I did it, I went off backwards, and I thought I'd be really cool. I thought I'd look really cool when I did it, but when I watched the video back, you should have seen the the terror that went over my face as I jumped, as I realised what I was doing. But there is this moment where you say, you just accept it, and you go, I
Yep.
might die now.
Yeah,
This might be it for me. So I'm just gonna,
on this battle that I mentioned, that was so significant, the South African Defence Force's biggest single battle victory. 5 days after that, my squadron was targeted by two MiG-21s, and they flew over us on the first pass so close we could see the pilot's mouth moving as they were talking to each other. And on the second pass, they dropped 4 500-kilogram, 1,000-pound bombs on us directly onto our position.
It's amazing the detail you can pick out in certain situations. That those MiGs flew over you.
Yeah,
I know how fast MiGs go, and I can
faster
imagine
than sound, because the noise came
it's a
quite
combat
little
situation. It's a combat situation. They don't give a shit about blowing people's eardrums out by breaking the sound barrier. They're just going to fly over you. But in that second, time slows down just for a second, and you can see you can see their mouths talk. You know, you can see them.
Yeah. Oh, and then
That's incredible.
I'm standing in the open area, and I'm watching these red and white parachutes open in slow motion on the back of these massive bombs.
Oh
and
my God, yeah.
And they're just slowing down. This is on the second pass, and they're just slowing down. You know, everything's in slow motion. And I grabbed this guy, Herbert, my gunner, because he and I were standing watching it. I grab him and I ran him towards our vehicle and force him in and pull this heavy door closed as the bomb lands just meters away from me. Fortunately for me, that the force of the bomb was going away from my vehicle, but towards a friend of mine's vehicle. One of the crew died, and another guy lost his leg. And the crew commander, who's still friend of mine, he only happened to have walked away from his vehicle just briefly, and had he not, he would have been obviously in that line of fire. And that night, because we'd lost on the 5 days earlier, we'd lost a lieutenant, and another guy had lost a finger, so we'd lost, and a few other guys had minor injuries. And so we'd lost a few guys from the squadron's 36 fighters in 12 vehicles. And then on the 8th of October, when this MiG hits us, we lose another crew. And I remember sort of G'ing up some of my troop, well, guys from the squadron actually, G'ing them up for going the next day, because we had to move the next day into combat. And it was like we were in such a dire situation. We were hundreds of kilometers into the country. The government was denying our being there, and we had no way out but to go forward. And I was 19, and these boys were 19 too. And you're kind of G'ing them up. I was a troop sergeant, or I had a rank in the squadron, and I'm G'ing these guys up lovingly. I'm not going, you're gonna fucking go and fight tomorrow. Whoa. No. But knowing that these guys are broken, they've lost friends, and it's a difficult thing. But I think I tell that story because I feel like it's analogous to what's going on at the moment. Is like you've taken the red pill, and you have to keep. My phone's falling over. You have to keep moving forward. You can stand and stare at the bomb, all you like, but eventually it's going to hit one way or another. So what are you going to do about it? friends of mine in the squadron said they had never thrown themselves so deeply into the sand as, you know, they were trying to, you know, because it happened so quickly. We didn't have time to, we hadn't dug foxholes, which is what we would normally do. Our protocol was normally to have had foxholes to dive into, because we did come under a lot of bombing, particularly with, you know, those Stalin rockets. They would send over like sheets of these things at us.
Yeah.
And you know, so but what do? You know, you've got to be able to be agile. You've got to be able to think on your feet. You've got to be clear, you know. And the clearest you're going to be is if you've got your shit together, if you've got your head together, your body, your mind, your soul. You know, you're going to be in the best shape you could possibly be to take on the challenges. And it's exciting, you know. It's not, obviously we're not talking about going to war and killing people. This is gentle as the dove, you know. But it's exciting to be, you know, in that position to go, shit, you know, there's a journey to be had here, you know, and I can stand and stare at that bomb, or I can do something about it and save myself and my gunner.
I really like that. I like that analogy that, you know, we. It seems like a lot of us have just kind of stood there staring at the bomb. There's a bomb coming down, and it's gonna hit. Not quite sure when it's gonna hit, but there's definitely a bomb coming.
Yeah.
So what are we gonna do? We're gonna keep standing here, telling each other there's a bomb coming, arguing about what color it is and how big it is and who sent it. No, we should just get the fuck out of the way of the bombs.
We can talk about all of that. We can talk about all of that when we're sitting around the fire and we've got our shit sorted out, you know. And I don't know when that is. For me, when we left our home, I said it would be about 3 months, maybe 6 months till we had a home. Now we're 30 months. And, you know, the journey continues. We have work to do. Andrea and I are eager to kind of, you know, she's been doing a lot of research and is now training to be a trauma consultant or childhood trauma coach to help people work on that stuff, or identify that stuff for themselves. And we, you know, we want to try and do more to inspire people before we get to ourselves trapped in you know, the building of the off-grid village, you know, because that's what I would love to be doing. That's what I hope to be doing in the fullness of time, is to have something like that, because I'm sure the cities are going to become more and more hostile over the years ahead. It's, you know, not that it's going to be impossible to be in them, but you got to think that there are some mandates and draconian stuff coming down the pipeline still. You know, so it does feel to me like and I felt that in Portugal particularly, is that we were so far away from any town or city that you're outside of the tentacles of the system, you know. So not to say that there's no system, but it's not like, you know, being in Porto, in Madrid or whatever, or Madrid, Lisbon. So, you know, I say to people, you know, do the preparatory work. There's you know, there's exciting things to be done. There's exciting lives, I believe, exciting lives to be had, to create. And we have perhaps a unique opportunity. In a way, we need for all of this calamity to be occurring, because it is this calamity that is bringing more and more of us to realize that we have, you know, as a divine purpose here. Me as a former atheist, you know, I know that we are divine, and we all go back. I think we all go back to the divine. I don't have any like, you will not make it and it's hell and damnation and all that sort of shit. I don't have any of those sorts of thoughts in my mind. Are there alternate energy beings here that are not on the same frequency as us? You know, is it something to do with the whole Rothschild thing and the lizard thing and so on? I've got to leave that on the table. But again, it's just like any of the other kind of fairy tales and craziness that goes on here, is that this is stuff that I can't necessarily prove, and it doesn't actually enable or improve my life too much, you know. But if I put my energy into spreading good vibrations, then other people, and I promise you, I affected lives in South Africa. I'm not going to boast about that, but I affected lives.
Dave, I saw like the small amount that I saw. One of the chaps that you were speaking to was a homeless guy, and like you definitely, you know, it was you definitely made. I saw you making people think. They were walking away from you feeling, thinking differently about
Yeah, thanks, man.
everything.
Thanks.
So
Yeah, I lost all of that content when they took the channel away because I was just talking too much to people about the mandates.
yeah,
And I three strikes and you're out. And I tried actually the other day to see if I could apply it to YouTube about having a review of that, but I couldn't even get on reply to that third email that they'd sent me. I think that maybe one day in the future I'll be able to get that content back because there's so much content of me walking with ZZ in the early days when he was 2 years old. And I love that footage of him and I walking when we used to have our morning walks. And I sometimes film them. So yeah,
I wonder if it's available somewhere. Because there's the Wayback Machine, isn't there?
Yeah, that's
got.
interesting. Yeah, I think in the fullness time, it's like it's like when you're in combat, say you're not at all concerned about some of the things that otherwise in the normal course of life you'd be concerned about. So no, it's like well, we'll get to that when the day is done. When the job is done, and we'll dial back to that and maybe be able to tell the story about it. And but for me, the value in the story that I was telling earlier on, and I took so long to tell, was that it's about like personal credibility or personal authenticity, and that if I am going to offer my thoughts or advice or suggestions and alternate ideas and so on, if I'm going to offer that to people, then they really need to feel like the person offering it to them is authentic. It comes back to, I didn't finish all of these 12 disciplines, but it comes back to
You've got to finish them, man.
Yeah, well, actually, the ninth disciple is James, son of Alphaeus, and this is the quality of discernment, actually. And a clear and ordered mind is the voice which calls this disciple into being. So the clear and ordered mind is going to, is going, if it's cluttered and you're worried about the incoming this and the what, all those things, and this is what the system loves to do, is put us under pressure with bills and all other things. If you're worried about all of this, then it does affect your discernment. And as I said, my discernment is, all of these things are for me to work on. And my discernment was shown up at the end of 2018 when I subjected myself, I allowed myself to be altered in that way. I didn't finish the point about that, was that I feel like 3 years or 4 years since then now, it's not quite 4 years, but in that time, I've had to do work for myself, on myself. I had been working on myself before I got into activism for Flat Earth. I had done a lot of quiet stuff. In 2018, beginning in 2018, I was in a really good space, and then of course I started making a noise, and that brings certain pressure to you, and other things happen. But my discernment is something that I also need to work on. And in 2018, I showed myself up in that way. The 10th disciple, and I'm almost there, is the disciple of praise. When this quality of praise and thanksgiving is awake within the man, he walks with the words, "Thank you, Father." We're grateful, you see, grateful for this experience, grateful for this opportunity to breathe today and to enjoy food, hopefully, and a loved one, or some entertainment even for a while. To go for a walk in the mountains, or to ride a bike, or dance to some music, whatever it is, play music, whatever it is that your creative bent, your creative, your creative self wants to express. And again, I'll say Father is fat. You could read it as fat her. It's not for me a gender thing. But this, giving praise and thanks for our day, and I was humbled by some of these African folks who were grateful and giving thanks in a situation where I could give them £1, £2, and they would be like, oh, made up. I remember giving this one man a flyer in a small village. He was just sitting looking so dejected on the side of the road. I thought I'd give him a flyer, And I as I sort of recognized the sort of dejection on his face, I thought, oh, let me give him 20 rand, which is a pound. And wow, did it change his day? It's like, whoa. Yeah, I'm not going to start talking about the stories when I've done it, but wow, what a, like, how grateful. Now, most of us in this country, people walk over a pound, and a beggar might think, oh, you could have given me a fiver, whereas they'd be like, oh my Lord, man, this is great. I can go and get something to eat. I can do something with this, So yeah, gratitude and so is something we definitely need to be, so when we're saying what a fucked up world, what a messed up world, humans are bad, Greta Thunberg, how dare you, all of that sort of stuff,
Greta bloody Thunberg.
that's hate speech against God, and against you at first, but against God. So when I say, because the global warming hoax is one of those tools they use to beat people and say, oh, you're bad. I don't know if it's left wing or right wing. It doesn't matter to me. But you guys are bad for going on a plane. You guys are bad for doing this. You guys are bad for driving a car. You guys are bad for having cows that fart. You guys are bad for all of these sorts of things, right? Well, that's actually saying, God, you are bad. Because when I judge you, I'm judging God, so I can't be in that place of, we shouldn't really be, but our system has been set up such that everybody's in these camps of judgment, and you believe that it's this and so on, and you want to speak for God and say, well, no, now God says. And I mean, you can choose any religion, and even within Christianity, there are so many divisions between people who say you can do this, you shouldn't do that, and so on. That it becomes a little bit like someone else is telling God what to do, because you are the expression of God, and really God wants you to have self-mastery, and through that self-mastery you will make the right choices for yourself. You do not need me to tell you what choices you should make. I might make recommendations and suggestions, but it shouldn't be on the basis of, well, if you do this you're a bad man, because again, it's like, there's a golden rule that exists here, and it's to love your neighbor as you love yourself, to do no harm. And we've seen a lot of people harming each other over the last 2 years of the pandemic. And what we do all the time is to say, oh, you can't do that, and because I do this, you can't, you must do this as well. And that's really not a loving place to find ourselves in. And so I think we do have a lot of work to do on that, because even in the truth community, there's so much division between the people who say, you must believe this, you have to do it like I do it, and so on. And of course, I've met and debated people from different countries and different cultures and faiths and so on, and none of these people are bad, but they just simply come from a different paradigm.
We've all got our own approach to it, haven't we? Everybody's entitled to their own approach to it as well, because we've all got here ourselves. That's the thing. One of the things that we all share in common. None of us was coerced into this. We weren't forced into this. This was the path that we found ourselves. We identified it and we started to walk down it, and then we all sort of found each other, all walking a lot. There's these different clearings. I see it like we're on there's these paths, and there's these clearings where we can all meet up and we discuss, and then we go off. But everybody's all going to end up in the same place eventually. You just got to get there yourself. You get there yourself, and because of that, I think that's where the ego comes into it. It's people's egos not being able to recognize when it is the egos saying, this is how it should be done, man, because this is how I did it, and this is the correct way. So this is how everybody should do it.
Yeah. You know what? Interestingly, Richie, the ego in some schools of thought is centered in the lower region of the body. And I did some research on the skeleton, and I discovered, much to my surprise, that the coccyx, the tiniest bone at the tiny bone at the end of your
tail that they say links us to the primates. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if you look at that tiny bone, when I pulled it up in large, I was like, "Fuck me, that's the Baphomet." When you look at the bone, it is the skull of the Baphomet.
It's the
And
whole pelvic area, man. That whole pelvic. When you
well,
look at it,
the pelvic area. This is where my thinking is on that. Is that the pelvis is actually the elephant. When you look at the pelvis front on, you see the elephant, and we know that our stability and the elephant does come from the lower. When you look at the sacrum, you see the bat, actually, and the bottom of the sacrum is the last place which the Christ light, this chrism oil, this the CSF, the cerebral spinal fluid, it's the last place that the CSF reaches. Below that, in that tiny little coccyx bone at the bottom, there's no CSF. It's the only place in your spine that is dark. So all the connections to Baphomet and the dark and the devil and the bat and all this stuff, they can be seen in your own skeletal makeup. So I just offer that for people to think about. There you go. There's the elephant, and the yellow section. There's the bat. That's the sacrum, and below that, the blue section. If you see a very big piece, very large one of that, you can pull it up. But you'll see, if you see that little blue section in large, you'll see the shape of the Baphomet come to you. That's what I did a video on that a year or so ago. Yeah, this image, I may know it. I don't know that this one is big enough. It's like you have to, but you can see if you look at the yellow, if you look at the ears of the Batman, see the ears there on the yellow section. That's the bat. And then below.
You can see the bat here. In
the yellow, that's the bat, and
it also looks a little tiny bit like, you know, the face hugger in Alien.
I don't. No.
Right. Yeah, it looks a bit like the face hugger in Alien as
well.
Well,
a lot of this iconography actually comes from, they're trying to frighten us with our own anatomy, I think. So that coccyx, not all of the coccyx, but the very tiniest little point at the bottom of that little bone on its own is for me what is the Baphomet. And of course, this is where the ego is.
That's it.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That's the alien face hugger.
Yeah.
And it's sort of in the yellow bit. This is where I see it. It's like that's the back of it. And there's
Well, what we were saying a moment ago, before I got sidetracked with the spinal column, is to just dial us back to the 8th Matthew, the gift of God, which this quality of the mind reveals man's desires as gifts of God. So, you don't see your desires as a curse for, to enjoy food or, loving or whatever it is. You do these things with temperance, of course, that's the idea anyway. But so we don't, so let's just say, we live in a culture that says we don't eat mango. And so, it's like what the mango tastes really nice. And so it's been given there for you to enjoy, not for you to eschew, not for you to waste and eat it all for yourself, but equally not for you to reject it and say, no, this is not of God, because everything, in nature is of God. The stuff that man makes in his factories and so on is not. But I mean, you could say God's in everything and so on, but essentially, I don't believe that God created factories. We created factories for the system, but nature created all the plants, the animals, and gave us a duty to come and take care of it. Now we let the corporation take care of it while we sit on the sofa and watch Netflix. And that's really where we need to have a change of heart, is that, no, we are, this is our earth, this is our world, this is our tableau, playground to come and enjoy. And this restricted, this idea of, the people who live with a very limited say the Mormons. No, not the Mormons. Well, I suppose I've
Yeah.
Mormons, but some of these,
the Amish. You mean the Amish? Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking of. Or the Brethren. They put, you could look at anyone, I suppose. They put all sorts of restrictions on people and say, no, you can no longer do this, you can no longer choose to do that. Well, we just come out of 2 years of people being told you can no longer choose, you're not allowed to do this and you're not allowed to do that. And I think that that's where we've gone very, very badly wrong. We have to adhere the golden rule: love thy neighbor, don't go out and do harm and nick his stuff. But at the same time, you should be able to love and live in the way that you and yours sees fit. So that's, and that, of course, in a system in which you get indoctrinated from birth or from childhood into a certain way of thinking, it's very difficult for us to reach that higher mind without having kind of worked through some of the shit. So just to finish off, I'd already done 10th. The 11th was Simon of Canaan. A good phrase for this disciple is, I couldn't quite kind of get my head around this. Hearing good news, the one who calls this faculty into being has become conscious of the abundant life. Hearing good news, the one who calls this faculty into being has become conscious of the abundant life. I don't quite get that, but I'll skip over that for now, just from the point of time. 12th and last of the discipline qualities of the mind is called Judas. When this quality is awake, man, this one is important. When this quality is awake, man knows that he must die to that which he is before he can become that which he desires to be. I think that's an important thing, is that on this journey, is that it's not a physical corporeal death, but it's a death of
the ego,
the image, the entity, the ego. I'm not. I think the goat, the ego, I think is possibly an important part. But in the Bible, it talks about the good shepherd must manage the sheep and the goats, and that within you, being the good shepherd of your own sheep and goats, you will have ego, but in check.
I see the story of Christ as a bit like, one way of looking at it can be that Christ sacrificed his ego, and so when the way I see it is, once you're able to sacrifice your ego, to put it down and say, okay, it's not my way, it's not what I want, this isn't about me, this is about something bigger. What do you want me to do? In that sense, then you're resurrected. Like, your ego doesn't have to die. It's a metaphorical thing, isn't it? The death of the ego.
For me, it's a humbling of it, because the goat, we know from walking around in the farm, is an animal that's hard to tame. It wants to run around up the hills, up the mountains, do its own thing. Sheep, on the other hand, they love to stay in a flock. They love to it's easy to pen them in and so on. So the shepherd has the dual task of looking after those frightened sheep, at the same time as ensuring that those bouncy goats don't get themselves into trouble with foxes and other sorts of things. So that's,
or mountain lions.
You like that?
Mountain lions, goats.
Oh yeah, mountain lions, and all sorts of things. So that's, for me, what that kind of what that symbolizes. Now, I like I'm minded that we are encouraged by the Bible or by Jesus, I think, to hold no idols, to take no idols. But I am going to reference the Christian cross because I think that it's a really important symbol for people to think about in terms of themselves, because the Christian cross is like, you won't be able to see me doing it, but you know what the Christian cross looks like. And it is actually an exemplar of yourself. It has a head, it has a left and a right arm, and it has the legs, which is the lower section. And when you
It's a
think
very
about
basic Vitruvian man, isn't it? A very,
yeah,
very basic Vitruvian man.
yeah. And although I've heard a story that there might be a woman standing behind the man on the Vitruvian man. But anyway, the thing about this, the interesting analogy about this is that we can either be like the Christian cross. You can either be like too much in the head, too much in the goat, too much in the lower, or you could be too left wing or too right wing.
Yeah.
And you're meant to balance both left and right, the up and the down.
Up and down, absolutely.
And the center of the Christian cross happens to be where your heart is. And so that is the midpoint that we're meant to balance. So it's not just balancing your one sine wave, it's about your left, right, and your up down paradigms of the self. And then find yourself in the middle of that. You find the heart. And I think that's probably what we should be aiming for.
I love it that you've said that, because that's exactly what I've been kind of saying as well. It's all about balance. And I'm not just saying it because I'm a Libra. It's all about balance. And they've been teaching us that, not teaching us. They've been telling us through cartoons. They've been telling us. One of the best cartoons, the best example that I have is The Legend of Aang, The Last Avatar. It was a 3-season cartoon, I think on Nickelodeon or something, anime style, and they turned it into a film. But the original cartoon that was, on a Saturday morning, and sometimes in the early evenings or late afternoons, it's talking about Aang, who is the last avatar. And as an avatar, his job is to master all 4 elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. And once he's mastered all 4 elements and made connection with his previous avatars, with his previous lives, then he's in full control of his avatar powers. And as an avatar, his role on Earth is to be the balance between the spiritual and the physical. And because what we are is spiritual beings having a physical experience.
Exactly.
And as spiritual beings, potentially we can be extremely dangerous. As physical spiritual beings, we can be potentially extremely dangerous to each other. So as an avatar, that I see it that there will always be sheep, and sheep will always need a shepherd. Well, we're meant to be, those of us that are awakened now, we can see the ones that aren't awake. They're always going with the programming. Well, eventually the programming is going to change. We need to sort of change the programming. We need to do it ourselves. Start at home, and it will spread out, won't it? If everybody's doing it. And
you know that when a farmer is a good farmer, you'll go onto his farm and see, the shit's in good shape, everything's in good order. And the sheep are, coming in every night, and the goats are being brought in and taken care of, and all that sort of stuff. And I think that the system knows that we are both sheep and goat, but it also knows how to stroke the goat and the sheep in the way that most people seem to have fallen into sheep-like behavior. But I'm certain that sheep-like behavior is enabled by the goat, because you see it with the most educated, high, degreed people. Their ego has got them sheepishly following the stuff, the mantras that they were told to repeat and remember. And so you've got both goat and sheep in operation there. And I'll share just a little quick anecdote, is that a guy told me in South Africa, he said, what we do is we get the goat when we're taking sheep to the slaughter. we'll get a couple of goats to lead the way, because the sheep will follow the goats, and the goats will lead them the way that we want them to go, and they'll follow the goat. So you see, if I enable the sheep in you, I can also use a goat to and it might be a Boris Johnson, or you know, or a religious spiritual leader or whatever, that goat can lead sheep to, or the sheep within you, or in each of us. So because I don't think, like, when I think that we are a micro of the macro, then we have to have everything in us that you see in the macro, omnivorously. So within you is a lion, within you is sheep, within you is goat, within you is the snake. You know, these things are all the elephant. These things are all part of you, because the universe is a microcosm or a macrocosm of what you and I are. Inside of your gut, there are forests of trees growing at the micro level. Within them, there are, you know, creatures, you know, cruising around doing their life in their universe with absolutely no idea that you and I are having this conversation. And but they are a part of me, and they have their own sort of universal activity. And within each of us, you know, these little forests can get out of whack. They can like be like the ivy and overgrow, and you've got this candida overgrowth, and you know, because they're out of whack within the farm, you know, because you've not necessarily been taking care of your own farmland or well enough, or whatever. So it's all micro, macro, and you know, I just think that what we have is that ego. We have that sheepish thing, because we all went along with the globe, most of us, and what I'm seeking to do is to harmonize that, or is to bring that into balance, so that just like in an electrical system where you've got you know, you got the three wires, haven't you? You've got the Trinity of wires. You've got the red, the L, you got the red, the magma, the negative, you got the electric, the blue, the positive, yeah, and you got the green, which is the earth, and you absolutely need the earth. The earth is the neutral. You know, the earth is neutral, and it's that neutral place, which is where the earth is, that we're meant to find ourselves. Not too much up in the sky, in the heavens, in the sheep territory, not too much in the magma, in the hot boiling, you know, the volcanoes that are going on beneath the ground, but on the earth, in a blissful. And having spent 3 months in a forest, you know, I really understand nature's for rest, you know, whole experience so well at the moment.
Well, I've always loved forests. My cousin lives right next to a working forest. So, and like her husband does logs and stuff. But going back to that Avatar comparison, so he's what they're talking about with him is balancing the four elements: the fire, earth, wind. I was thinking to myself, well, those four elements have to relate to our experience, as you know, as men and women. I'm trying to stop using the words human and human beings. So as men and women, our experience in this reality, we have to balance out certain aspects of ourselves. And it sort of relates to what Neville Goddard's saying about the 12 disciplines. Because 12 you can split into four fours.
3 4
no, 3 4s, isn't it? Yeah. So that's a trinity.
Or
Yeah,
4 3s.
that's what I mean.
4 3s.
Four threes is a trinity. That's 7. But you've got, you know, that you can see where all these numbers are so important.
Well, there's 12, because there's 12 constellations, and each of these the main constellations relate to your own energetic signature. So they're all relevant to the individual. So, you know, me thinking that if we're in the center of the universe and we've got around us these 12 constellations, and Jesus had around him these 12 disciples, then why not that these constellations refer to the you know, certain elements of ourselves, and you're born under a certain star sign, you know, certain energy things are happening for you at various times, and then your own experience of life will deplete or enable certain elements, as you were talking about the 4 elements, the Chinese talk about 5. They add metal element, and that these are
or there's the ether, or you could think about the ether as being an element in the 5th element. It's the ether, really, isn't it? That's
well, yeah. I mean, that's an interesting one. We could for debate, perhaps, but because for me, like the ether is essentially thin water. That's what
I think the ether is the energy that's being carried by that thin water. I think the air is thin water, but the ether is the energy that's actually coming from us. I think it's life force energy. It's chi that's being generated by 70% of us. But the whole living experience, if you think of the 4 elements, so the 4 elements of being a man are, if we're going to balance it out, it's got to be physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual.
Yeah.
So if you can balance out those 4 elements of your own understanding and your own being, that's going to strengthen your ability to navigate and to manifest and to
absolutely, and
to operate in harmony. It's all about operating in harmony, isn't it? Which then brings me, you know, what we're talking about, universe. The way I see it is uni means one. Universe is one verse. That I am. This is my universe. You're in your universe because of our perceptions. Because of our perceptions and our perspectives, where we've lived completely different lives, and yet we've experienced similar things, one way or another. But I mean, the whole point is being balanced in every aspect of
absolutely, and I think so much of our education has not. I know that in the religious element, they definitely encourage certain aspects of self improvement. So you've got to give religion kudos for that. And I have.
It got lost, though. Religion got lost trying to control people.
Well, yeah, and of course, it becomes a little bit like, a little bit like, well, you set up a commune, and if you think of, 100 million people or 1 billion people being in a particular commune, the commune starts to set rules, and it may have certain agendas, which means that it seeks to create rules that, for me, can sometimes end up diminishing the individual universal truth that you were just describing, that this is your universe, and when I visit you, I'm meeting you in your universe, and you're meeting mine in mine, and I should treat you in yours with good respect. I think that's why we end up being willing to go to war against each other, because we have had differences of what that means, or perhaps we've got lost in the idea that we aren't the immediate.
It's because we've been put out of balance, Dave. It's because the ego is completely out of whack. Like this realm is basically ruled by egos, by completely egotistical, narcissistic, pathological psychopaths.
Yeah. But what they've done cleverly is they've created shortage, you see, and the ego, the goat, will play up. If you don't give the goat food, he'll go and run around somewhere else in the mountain,
he'll eat your bloody clothes. he'll eat the shirt off your back if you
exactly.
don't,
so we live in a scarcity lack system in which people were, and your parents probably the same as mine, if they were post-war children or pre-war, and all the shortages and all of that sort of lack and hardship. And then, of course, I was talking about the African story, a little bit of that. And, all of that creates a whole load of psychological alters. Well, I think one of the things that people need to be, reminded of, perhaps, is what, like you said, what are the elements, and how do they represent in yourself, and how can you identify with any potential shortfalls. This is part of what, and why I'm getting a little bit of insight into the Chinese medicine, is part of what Andrea is studying at the moment. And how these things then can be ameliorated, or rather, interestingly, how oftentimes, depending on whether you're more of a yin or a yang constitution, how you will seek certain types of food or certain types of experiences in order to assuage the shortfall in your in that particular element of yourself. So that's really worth people sort of researching, is these elements and how they manifest in individual experiences. But I wanted to share with folks the seven heavenly virtues, they're called, which are, and they are a little bit sort of religion leaning, but I think they're worth thinking about, and they are prudence, justice, temperance, fortitude, and then faith, hope, and charity, the theological virtues. So prudence, justice, temperance, and fortitude. We talked about courage earlier on. I think that's so very important. And these seven heavenly virtues, people know the deadly sins mostly, but the heavenly virtues are the valuable starting point to say, what are the things that how am I in these areas? Am I temperate? But I also prefer, some of the sort of more, the things we were talking about, like courage and, thinking about what's coming into protecting the temple of God, by what it has to experience, whether it be, yeah. So I wanted to just share those. I think there are there are others, the seven capital virtues of chastity, temperance, charity, diligence, kindness, patience, and humility. But these are things that are worth thinking about in terms of how one might turn up for one's own creator, an improved version of what you were delivered when you finally woke up and realized that, oh my gosh, they've tricked us about everything. What am I going to do about it? Well, this is one of the things you can do about it, is to find out about who you are and right the wrongs. There are no sins, in my view. It's sine waves that are out of whack, that cause people to act and behave in ways that are perhaps less than ideal.
I think a good quote is from Gurdjieff, from Jorge Gurdjieff. He says that basically, until you recognize your acquired personalities, you're active. Basically, what's happening is you're being triggered by programs that are causing a mechanical response. It's a response that you might, when you turn around and you snap at somebody, or if you do something and afterwards you think, oh God, why did I do? And especially with those of us that start to become more aware of this, and then something happens and we go, oh, that wasn't me. That was, sorry, that wasn't me. That was an old version of me, or that was a God. In the moment, that wasn't me, basically. So
yeah, but it turns out that oftentimes the reason we respond in a particular situation has its origins in events that occurred in much younger life, and then that response got held in that place, protected, and but comes out to show itself every now and again. So, I think for me, listening to Andrea's research as she goes through the study program, I do feel like we need to recognize that the woundings that we carry from young do not go away when we realize that we are divine. We still need to walk back out of the prison, crawl through the shit pipe like he did in Shawshank Prison, and find our way to clean and, you know, and
This is what Gurdjieff says. This is what Gurdjieff says, right? He says this, like doing the work and finding these, reaching these, having
milestones.
this evolution, this conscious
Yeah,
evolution,
that's
where you
evolution.
reach these stages of consciousness, like the
Yeah.
first stage, second stage, third stage, and fourth stage of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
When it's like, oh man,
That, but it's about, yeah, it is, but you know, that's why it's not like there's, it's an patch. It's like a pyramid system, pyramid game, if you like, and that we do start on the bottom rung, and that we can jump up a half a step, a whole step, a couple of steps. I don't know, just, but you know, because I'm not looking to say that it's one size fits all, but that, you know, we
but
have
it
given
doesn't.
this opportunity.
It doesn't necessarily make, yeah, this is the point, this, because I kind of lost the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make is that you've got all these people out there that are, they're basically teaching things like manifestation, how to manifest, the secret, all of that crap. Then you've got people that are teaching the fourth way, but they're doing it for their own personal gain, and they're keeping some of the kind of inner, they're not letting people actually reach these points. They're keeping them away from them so that they can keep sponging off them, basically keep them paying, keep them doing whatever it is they're doing. When you actually do the work, it's not necessarily going to magic your life into a new, you know, like, so I'm in this situation. I'm in a really shit situation. Doing the work is not going to suddenly make my situation disappear and put me in the lap of luxury. And, you know, and I have money coming in and I won't have to worry about anything. That might be what my ego wants to happen, but that's not what's going to happen. But what doing the work does is allows me to actually deal with what's going on. It's like, instead of getting really stressed out about this, instead of, you know, staying awake for hours, you know, nights and on end, worrying and getting anxious and panic attack. Instead of doing that, which I think a lot of people would be doing if they were in my situation,
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm like, this is interesting.
Yeah, and you know what else is going to happen in those situations is that, just to keep it simple, people around you see you responding in a different way, and they, or you know, in a way that they find magnetic, because we are electromagnetic and we can repel or attract by the basis of what we do and what we put out, the energy we put out. And as you become more magnetic, perhaps you know, other new avenues that never were attracted to you before become available. And
you
so,
have to be
yes,
careful as well, though. You have to be careful as well, because what you're going to attract, there's going to be, there are going to be certain, you have to have you have to have your boundaries. You have to have your shields up, basically.
of
You
course,
have to be at
discernment.
your discernment on key as to those people that you are attracting to you.
Yeah,
Why?
of course.
You know,
But well, they're actually probably there as a mirror, because if you're attracting a certain kind of, this has been my experience, you know, I've been attracting a certain kind of experience, a certain kind of a person over these last few years, and you know, I have to look at myself and say, you know, what am I drawing in if it's not the right energy, or it is the right energy, because I need that mirror. I need that mirror in order to change. Hey, but it's nearly 3 hours and 33 minutes.
Oh, dude. And yeah, and at one point there were 33 people in here, but it's gone up again. We've gone back up to 39.
Okay. Well, that's nice to have held an audience for a few hours. I appreciate that.
Massive thanks, massive shout out to everybody that's, I mean, the names that are in here, they've been here.
Mr. Mensa, I've seen Squirrel Sniper. I did see
they've been here for the whole time, the whole 3 hours, man.
Yeah. I've seen a few of my friends in the
Ellie B, bless her, she's just finished work. Ellie B's a regional nurse, so she's just finished work and just started watching, and I know she's going to go back and watch it from the beginning. So you know, that we've got a lot of really good people in here, and just thank you, man. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah.
Because that, you know, your attention, it's that's why they call it paying attention, because it's valuable.
Yeah.
So I'd like to do this again sometime. I mean, I know Mr. Mentz has said, you know, he really likes these conversations. I really enjoy these conversations. I think they're important conversations to have. So I mean, I'm up for it any
I like
time.
having Mr. Mensa in the chat because it makes me feel smarter.
Mr. Mentz is awesome, man. Mr. Mentz has been around a long time as well.
Yeah, he's been around, and appreciate many other people. And you know what, my journey, and I have to say it, my journey has only really been possible because of the support, you know, vocal support from people in the chat, in the comment section, and you know, I've had people write to me and tell me that they've been a better dad as a consequence of following my stuff for a few years, and you know, and that's really, really valuable to me. And so, you know, I just want to I want to continue doing that. I don't really want to go back into the mainstream myself. I think there are other ways of us going forward together, trying to support, you know, humankind to you know, help itself forward, and in the ways that we can. But I can assure you, my friend, that the more you bring your ship into good steerage, the more people will give you cargo to carry. You know, it will be harder, Underground. It'll be harder in some ways. I promise you that the last year of my life was in many ways, and perhaps the last 2 years, many ways harder than the war. And but it forced me to get to a point of self-fitness that I could carry loads that I hadn't been able to carry before. And when I said earlier on about the what I call as spiritual attack on me in 2018, you know, I needed to go back out and rebuild. Like if you've broken a leg and you're a runner, you know, you have to slowly get back out there, and over months and months and months retrain yourself to a point where your body can handle that load and more. And I'm grateful that I've had the chance to, you know, walk this walk, because it has given me the opportunity to raise my own game, get stronger at what I do. Love you too, brother. You know, and I honestly hope to be you know, be able to offer my experience to people to help them, because that would be the best thing that I could do to honor our creation, to honor our creator. It's a loving creator. You know, we come from a place of immense and total love. That was what I got on the DMT. It's just love. We come from a love that is beyond human language.
That was one of the things, you know, when you were talking about God wanting to manifest on earth to be able to experience the different things. The one thing that you mentioned, and I was going to say, love isn't one that he needs to, that the creator needs to experience in this realm. In a, like, there's so many different levels to love, aren't they? So I think, yes, the creator wanted to experience love in a physical way in this realm, to be able to love something physically, to have the hormones and everything, to love something physically, but the creator is love.
Yes. And I think, yeah, and I think, you know, that's why it loves, the creator loves it all. I think that whatever darkness exists has to exist within the belly of the creator, within the zero, within the egg. And that's, you know, so that's why it's kind of like it's all good. I got this overpowering message on the DMT that nothing here matters. Like, it kept coming back to me, nothing here matters. And when I flew home to London, and I said to Andrea, but turns out that nothing here matters. She found that very upsetting and didn't want to we didn't want to entertain that. And it's an interesting one. And I'm not saying absolutely that nothing here matters, and it doesn't matter if I go and kick something, or or the government do this or that in a way, but in a way, just like we were talking about drawing in experiences for you to learn from, then perhaps this is what's happening in the meta game here, is that we're getting experiences to learn from. And I know for sure that, having started the activism before 2020 all got crazy, that these events have opened doors and shifted people's minds, that there has been a change, and that change has been positive to the journey of people moving into sovereignty and into a divine relationship with creation. And I mean, just some quick examples are like people making their homes available, or the guy lending me, or the guy buying me an old car. These things would not have happened with just flat Earth on the table. I don't think. I think people needed to be shown that, wow, you are being absolutely punked, and it's just going to get punkier. So it's time for people to kind of get off their laurels, stop watching their Netflix, and do some awesome work for God, for creation, for yourself, for us all. So that's my lot, Richie. I'm pretty spoke out for.
No, well said, mate. Well said.
I
completely agree, and so does everybody in the chat room.
Thank you.
It's man, this is the best time to be alive. This is the best time to be here on this earth right now. We are the luckiest people on,
it's a pleasure pain thing, because I see old people being put through terrible things at the moment, and I see young children being psychologically traumatized. What's been going on, and of course many business owners are going through hell, and families have not been with loved ones as they've passed on, and just a litany of, and of course people are getting sick unusually because of strange shit they've done to their environment, their own personal environment, in the last 18 months or so. So it's a bittersweet thing. I will say that it's not that I don't care.
Symphony this life.
Yeah. Hey, Squirrel, you got to find me a little bit of landscaping work, my friend. I need some physical work to do. I can't, obviously, I love doing physical work. My body, I'm 54
too,
and my body's in phenomenal condition. I've been out of the forest for nearly 3 weeks and I'm already feeling a little bit sloppy. So I need to do some work and obviously earn some money, but I don't want to work, you know what I mean? I don't want to work in the system, and I can't at this point in time, rely on, the generosity of my the small community of YouTube supporters. So
well, we're gonna get that community back up to the at least to what it was before, man. We need to get it up to at least 1,000 so that you can use your phone to
I'd like to. I
stream.
really it is 1,000, isn't it? I wasn't sure, but because I can't live stream in the field, and that's probably, other than for losing the videos of ZZ and a little bit of my backstory, it's probably the hardest part of it, or the toughest part of it, is not being able to go and do some live action. But you know what, I've been in a period of stillness, just like in the weather. In the winter we're meant to be still, and as the spring comes, and we're meant to sort of jump into gear and so on. And I see that, I feel that that's hopefully what this year 2022 is going to mean for me, is that over the coming months everything will fall into place. That means that I can, because I can take what I was able to do in 2018 and do it at a much better level, because it's 4 years of personal growth, and perhaps a slight honing of the style and so on, in order to kind of reach more ears and do more good for for this. So yeah, thanks for that. And even if you haven't subscribed to me already, fine. You don't need to.
Dude, the Jolly Man says write another book. I'm sure you could write more than one. But the book that you have written, is that still available?
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
It's still in print. So I mean, is there a link that you could
Well,
give anybody? You know, I'm sure that there's people that would want to read that book. I'd actually quite like to read that book. If I had the money to buy it, I'd bloody buy it.
You can pull it up on Amazon. It's Battle on the Lomba.
What's it called?
Battle on the Lomba.
On the
Lomba, Lomba. It's the name of a river. 1987.
Yeah.
That's the name of the book, Battle on the Lomba, 1987. That'll be on Amazon. I have a few copies myself. I think. Yeah.
Here we are. Hang on.
Yeah.
Is that it? Oh no, it's not showing it. Hang on.
I was I actually I do want to write another book. I will write another book. I am actually starting to itch to write. It's just been difficult on a phone. Yeah, that's it.
There we go. Right, ladies and gents.
Yeah, that's it.
Hang on, let me just get the link.
You can put a link to that. People can go and read the if they want to go and read the sort of the blurb, and there's 100 or something comments on it. I have ambitions to write more, and actually I've started work on a series of children's books, because I think that partly, who is it? A friend? Oh, I saw Sven. Yeah, I saw Sven, and
he's got a new channel. Where It's At, I think it's called.
Yeah, and actually he asked me if I would. I'm glad I remembered. He asked me if I would pass you his phone number. He was eager to talk to you, Richie.
Brilliant! Because I actually said, I think I said to Ellie, I sent a message to Ellie yesterday, I think, saying, I'd like to speak to. I'd love to catch up with Sven.
For people who don't know, Sven joined us on the Globe Light Tour back in 2019, and then he's continued to do kind of activism work since the nappy condition came to us. The face nappy.
What he's doing now is he's talking about basically it's the Tartaria hidden history kind of mud flood thing. So he's looking at that, or certainly the videos that I've seen so far. Looking at things like bricks. He actually inspired me to do a video or a live stream about it. What about all the bricks? Where did all the bricks come from? You know, that's a whole other bloody subject that could last another 3 hours talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I used to bring Martin Leaker onto my channel, a while ago, a few years ago, because I do like the topic a lot, and my first subscriber to the Trinity 4 channel that went away was Lee, Flat Earth British, because I ran into him in a hospital the day my father-in-law died. It's another crazy story, but I'm going to start writing it. Well, I've started writing. I've got some themes for some children's books that's what I was saying about Sven, was that he'd said that the music guru, who has actually the conspiracy music guru, who kindly sent us a financial gift last year, he has taken, or Dave Weiss suggested that
he's written a book.
And write a book about it, which is phenomenal. So
we did a live stream with Martin, music guru, and David the other night. Me and Roxanne did one on Martin's channel, and we talked about it. We had a look at it, and he was talking about it. It was brilliant.
Awesome. Well, I totally get that. So I'm gonna do that. I've got some great ideas of how you introduce common sense observations into a child's story. And I'll probably base it around my experience in the forest the last few months, because little Alexander was just lapping up all this nature and all this information and the experiences. We've even brought back a whole forest full of imaginary friends: snake, crab, squirrels. I had to kill a few snakes actually in my time there. One of them, a very, very deadly snake called a puff adder. Delivered venom enough to kill 3 or 4 men, and it was cruising right across the bank that Zizi was about to run down. I mean, he would have been a meter from it had Andrea not seen the snake and said stop. It's but to write some stories on this is something I want to do. But to write, to write to inspire people to their higher good, and I'm kind of keen to start. I'll see how this year unfolds. I obviously need to get a home and some kind of stability. If anyone knows of a camper van that's going free, just send me an email at trinityforman@gmail.com. But in the meantime, if all things go to plan, then I would love to write something that inspires men, particularly because I feel like I want to talk with or work with men more so, because I know because I have met so many people in the truth movement that people are still needing like some me too. I'm looking for information and guidance and so on, but people are still looking for that. And I have walked this walk, and I've had to stand like a man for the last few years, and it has made me into a man where, my wife could have years ago, 10 years ago, had said, well, you men do the same, and we women are the same as you men, and all that sort of stuff. And that's not true either. The woman has awesome divine talents and abilities, and the divine masculine has awesome divine talents and abilities. And this last year particularly, maybe more, but this last year particularly, Andrea has gotten to witness me stand into my true divine warrior man role, and fight to survive the time that we did in a situation that was so uncomfortable, and for her at times so extremely difficult, but that she needed a man to do his part, to hold his end up. And of course the man needs his divine feminine to hold.
The man needs to be nurtured while he's doing what he's doing. We've got our jobs, man. There's the male divine and the female divine, and that's part of the yin and the yang, and that's part of the balance that we have to find.
Of course, and if the divine feminine is a more intuitive essence,
nurturing,
then it's meant, nurturing. It's meant to be far more in touch with the natural order of things, and for her to be receiving the sort of downloads, or the sense of this is how we should be moving, this is what we should be doing, and then offering that information to the divine masculine, who will be carrying out things that only he is best suited, or he is best suited to take on. We are living in a world increasingly where genders and roles are just homogenized, and anyone considered a keyboard.
Dude, gender's a social construct, haven't you heard? It's a social construct, man.
Yeah, of course. So so that, and exactly, so this is where we partly where we're going wrong, is that it's like you men aren't better than us, or all that sort of stuff. Well, it's not about that.
Anybody.
It's only the damaged feminine who would, and this is not to point fingers, but it's only the damaged feminine who would want for her divine masculine to be under her thumb, to be this cowering weak, specimen, and this is partly because he never has to do anything physical. I mean, some guys have physical jobs, I know that, but in terms of the homestead, there's very little physicality involved. He might get up a ladder once in a while, but it's not quite the same as bringing your own wood, carrying your water, making the fire every day, every morning, every night, ensuring that your family is staying warm, that the rations or the provisions and the ability to cook a meal and all those things are being taken care of. And if there's threats, like there's a snake, because I can assure you, Andrea was not enjoying that snake experience at all, and it was up to me to kind of deal with it, of course. And that's not to say that women won't stand there and do that, but I think that again, women have also been so skewed that they think that it's no, it's me who's going to carry the bricks and you who's going to raise the children. I want the bloke to do all the nappy changes. Like, no. That's if you are stepping away from your natural role as a nurturer and a mother to new life, then you've kind of been skewed by the system away from your divine purpose, which you don't need to tell a female elephant, or you're going to have calves, or you're going to raise them well. They absolutely know that that's their role. If there's defense to be done, the female will do it. That's for sure. But there's roles for the masculine and the feminine, and the raising of our children, which is primarily the mother's role, is the most important thing that we can do. And the child needs to have a strong father figure, role model. And I know I'm sort of obviously being quite idealistic, but this is what would, in my view, be the intention of a creator who is seeking to create balance in the divine masculine and feminine aspects of us.
I see women as having a slightly different connection to source than we do as men, because of their role as the mother, who basically carries the new life within them for 9 months. So they have a slightly, maybe it's a slightly better connection. It's a stronger connection, to source, basically, because of that role that they play.
Yeah, that's an interesting way. I when you say that, I think, okay, because saying earlier on about Ma being magnetism and the earth, the earth is that feminine energy, which is why they all talk about Mother Earth. But what we mustn't get lost, I think, in is this new age idea that it's all Gaia. It's all about the mother. It's all about Mother Earth. You see, because you need, there's no doubt that L, the electric, is far more frazzly. It's far more chaotic. It's not as stable as is the feminine solid magma earth. That's the hips and so on. So, and of course we have both. We have the both. Within in the masculine and the feminine, male and female, we have both of these qualities within us. But of course, predominantly, the mother is to create that stability, that nurturing home for the young, which is what the earth actually offers. Whereas the L, the masculine L, as in Israel, is offering this life force that the magnetism absolutely needs in order to function. And because, as we know, with just looking at electromagnets, you need to pass a charge in order to create the magnetism. And so you can't have one without the other. We're in a Trinity system, I believe. So God is above the zero being the female, as I said, the male being the masculine one, and then the product would be the two. That would be what you create. There are other ways of couching this, but the whole intention is for there to be a mother, father, and a child, and you need the two in order to create the Trinity, or the third bit. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit off into the wool here, and I don't have the brain strength. I'm not as fit for talking for hours as I might have been once before.
Dude, listen, we're just coming up to 4 hours. So if you're ready to call it, we can call it now. And let everybody, guys. I'm gonna put a link to excuse me. I'm gonna put a link to Dave's channel again.
Yeah, there's actually a second channel that was my backup channel before I started this one. It's called The Trinities. It's a nickname that Sven actually gave us, probably on this very channel with sitting with Roxanne a few years ago. So we've got this backup channel called The Trinities. There is actually a YouTuber channel that is called David Mannel, which is my actual name. And I haven't looked at that account for years and years and years, but it was the first time I mentioned Flat Earth on video was on that other channel called David Mannel. I'd originally set it up, I think, to try and promote my book. So that didn't go so well, but yeah, so that's all I got. I do have a friend, a Flat Earth friend called Greg. He's helped me with the flyers and helped me set up a website. I haven't really got it fully functional at this point in time, but I hope to use it as a landing place for people to come and get other good sources of information. And I would enjoy the opportunity, Richie, to come back sometime and chat with you guys further on, where we're at and what's happening.
Cool. That's so there's your other channel. I'll put a link to it in the chat.
Oh yeah.
And I've subscribed as well, mate.
Thank you. Well, we hit 100 subscribers on that channel the other day, I noticed. So
I'm 101.
There you go. 007 101.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll just give a very quick shout out to the chat room. I'll go from the bottom and move up. So Brian Evans, thank you. Ellie B, thank you. Squirrel Sniper. Sarah, Lunderground, thank you. Squirrel Sniper, Mr. Mensa, Bon,
hey Bon.
Heather Phillips.
Hey Heather.
The Jolly Man.
See lovely names.
Who else have we got?
Jolly Man. Stay happy, bro.
That's the people that seem to be chatting. So big shout out to you guys. There's actually 32 people in the room at the moment. So those people that are watching and they're not logged in so they can't chat, and those people that just don't want to chat, thank you for watching as well. To all the trolls, you guys are awesome. Thank you. We've had none in the chat room tonight, so it's been absolutely beautiful, mate. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play us out with something. I'm not sure what yet, because we're on YouTube, aren't we? So I have to be careful about what I play here. But it might just be some nice quotes or something. Yeah, I'm gonna play us out with some nice quotes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thanks for listening in.
If you want to just sign off and go to bed, man, I'll speak to you soon. You can always catch me on email, and I've emailed you my phone number as well. So if you want to get me on WhatsApp, and if you want to give the number to Sven,
I will do. Okay,
so,
I'll do that and say goodnight to Roxanne. I assume she's taken a.
I think what's happened, she's either because her internet was playing up, either her internet went down, or obviously she's got the family in the background, so something happened. But yeah, I'm sure there's a good reason. I think what happened is their internet went down. But thanks once again, guys.
Yeah, much love, guys. Be well, and don't forget, you are the source. You are. I say to people, this might be frightening, but you are the fractal of the Creator. And in that sense, you carry all of the essence of that Creator, if not in magnitude, obviously.
And that's the essence of the meaning of Namaste. Namaste. They say that because it's basically I think Namaste means something along the lines of I recognize the divinity within you.
I like that.
So thanks
Right.
again, guys. We're going to play out with some lovely quotes because they're nice and safe. And we'll see you all soon. Thank you very much.
Cheers, man.